Good evening and welcome, everybody, to the 6th week here for the Latin American Pro League for Rainbow Six Siege. My name is Sean Bloodbath Rosenbaum, and here's Kickstar. Kicks, how you doing today?
I'm doing well, Blood. Looking forward to these matches. We've got some somewhat new faces in the organizational sort of side of things, but for the most part, same teams. And going into the playoffs, these Brazilian squads are going to be quite fierce, looking to gain one of two spots to this season's LAN.
Yeah, and we've talked about this before, how Latin America has 2 spots as opposed to Europe and North America, which has 3 spots to the LAN event in Cologne, Germany. And this is going to be the day where we find out just who those 2 teams are. This is the quote-unquote make it or break it to LAN for the Latin American scene.
Yeah.
Now, we are going to show you some brackets here that kind of tell a tale of the past 6 weeks here in the Pro League. So let's take a look at Group A, starting off with our first 2 best-of-3 series between BRK Esports and Merciless. And then you see a new team here on the board, Team Font, that was previously known as Santos Dexterity. They were the team that made it to the 6th Invitational back in February, and they picked up a new organization. They went up against Nox Gaming week number 2 of this Pro League. Or sorry, week number 1. Then we saw everything unfold. BRK Esports and Team Font went head-to-head in the winners match a few weeks ago, and Team Font came out on top to secure that first seed into the playoffs. BRK Esports had to work their way into the losers bracket into the decider match to then win against Nox Gaming to secure that second seed, and they will also be playing today. Now, taking a look here at Group B. Group B had a little bit of a different tale here. We had pretty much the teams that we all know, we're very familiar with. Starting with our match with Black Dragons and INTZ.
Yeah, Black Dragons coming out on top 2-0 over INTZ, Pain Gaming 2 over OPK. INTZ and OPK then into the losers bracket, and Black Dragons and Pain into the winners bracket. Black Dragons 2-1 over Pain. That was a close match, but a good match as well. Black Dragons really deserved that win. They put in a lot of effort to get it. Then Pain Gaming versus INTZ. Unfortunately for Pain Gaming, INTZ managed to come out on top with that 2-0. Now we have Black Dragons finishing first seed out of Group B, and INTZ Gaming, meanwhile, in that second seed spot.
Yeah, that Pain Gaming and INTZ matchup, I think a lot of teams were favoring Pain Gaming for that win because they were down from the winners match. But we are going to move into our playoff brackets now, and these are going to dictate our 4 teams which we're going to be witnessing today. Again, like we had said, Black Dragons and INTZ made it from the top 2 seeds out of Group B. We had Team Font and BRK Esports from Group A. Team Font placing the first seed out of Group A will then play seed number 2 out of Group B, which is INTZ, and then swap that around. Black Dragons placing first in Group B will play the second seed from Group A today. Now again, like we said earlier, Team Font was previously known as Santos Dexterity. They are here this evening with a new organization, and I think we're going to see some, as always, some tremendous play from them.
Yeah, we touched on this earlier, but the importance of the Latin American scene and these playoff brackets is that only the 2 teams that win today will be making it into the LAN event. The 2 teams that lose today will be done for this season, as opposed to other as opposed to the European and North American, where we have still a second chance for everybody.
Yeah, and so these games today, if you make it to that winners final bracket, which we're going to see 2 teams do, they are guaranteed that spot into LAN. However, they still need to fight next week to determine the seeding for the brackets at LAN, to determine whether they're going to be the first or the second seed coming out of the Latin American Pro League. Now, the losers final will also get played next week. Even though it doesn't necessarily have a consequence as to whether or not the team's going to go to LAN, we do need to figure out if a team's going to be placed 3rd or 4th in case there is an event where one of our top 2 finalists do not have the opportunity to make it. So for whatever reason that be, whether it be passports or some other reason, if a team cannot make it to the LAN, they secure their spot. One of the 3rd place team will then fill that location.
Yeah, just having all our bases covered, making sure everything's up to snuff.
Yep. So basically, we will have those matches next week, but let's take a look at our schedule today. Starting off with the first matchup, which is going to be Team Font versus INTZ. Our second game is going to be followed up by BRK Esports and Black Dragons. Now, all of these teams, all of these players we've seen and we've gotten a chance to know better throughout the course of these past 6 weeks. And I got to say, other than the quote-unquote community favorites of, I'd say, Team Font and BRK Esports, I don't necessarily know if that's going to flow into tonight's matchup, and we're going to see these teams come out on top.
We saw, I mean, from polls, we saw a very heavy favor in terms of Team Font over INTZ, but BRK versus Black Dragons is looking like it's going to be a close match, both of them coming in pretty nice and even around 50%, 50%. But whatever the case be, I mean, I do think that each and every one of these matches, each and every one of these teams are actually going to be showing up today and give us two great matches because, again, the stakes are so high where we are now in the playoffs. Can't lose today or you risk not making it to LAN. I mean, of course, we're going to be seeing some fantastic play from everybody involved.
Yeah, and I mean, the second series, the second game this evening, BRK Esports and Black Dragons, is pretty much, I want to say, not a rematch, but it's, in a sense, a rematch from the Season 1 finals of the Latin American scene, because those were the two teams that made it to the Season 1 LAN finals. BRK Esports was previously known as Black Dragons. The current Black Dragons was known as V3 Masters. They both made it to the LAN event. They both made it to the semifinals, and at the time it was Black Dragons. Now we know them as BRK Esports. Made it to the grand finals to go up against Penta, unfortunately coming up a little bit short in that game.
Yeah, so not necessarily a rematch, but like reuniting, I suppose, well, in a sense. And then we're going to fight it out and see who manages to make to this LAN.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting to see what comes of that match. Of course, they did get a little bit more experience than some of the other teams that actually making it to that LAN event. Of course, in the Latin American scene, there's plenty of LAN events that actually go on quite frequently. But apart from that, these teams do look very ready to play today.
It's a little bittersweet, I'll say, because these two teams have fought their way into the playoffs. They know that they're capable of competing at the world stage at LAN, and one of them is just definitely not able to make it today. Like, someone has to lose, someone has to win.
We're talking about that. I mean, we look at the European and the North American playoff bracket, and we're like, whoa, it's the same thing, because they have 3 slots to LAN. Sure, more teams are going to make it, but all 4 of the teams that have made it into the playoffs for both Europe and North America are arguably deserve that spot at LAN. And it's the same thing going on here in Latin America. I mean, all 4 of these teams could compete very well at LAN. So it is like you said, it's bittersweet when you're talking about the teams that aren't going to end up making it. It's like, oh no, I would have loved to see them compete against INTZ, against Penta, against VG or what have you.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be something that we're going to be missing out on, or one of the teams obviously going to be missing out on. But let's get underway with our first game of the evening and talk about the rosters. Starting here with INTZ. INTZ is going to be our first team we're going to look at the lineup for. It's going to be Silence, GCR, Lend, Ninja, and FK. Now, if I recall correctly from a few weeks ago, possibly last week, FK was one of the players that just stuck out as being a top fragger of the evening. He did a very nice job and continued to help his team out.
Yeah, FK did a lot of work for his team in the previous play week, and he did definitely shine through, but you got to give credit to the rest of his team as well for providing the support to make that possible. And as you can see across the board, a pretty good kill death ratio, not that it really terribly matters for all of the players on this squad.
Yeah, I mean we've seen, I'm just looking at the scoreboard here, 54 rounds from the teams here, and this actually is a culmination of playing those 3 best-of-3 series as opposed to the 2, because INTZ is that team that plays second, meaning they had to play in the decider match coming out of the Group B stage.
Yeah, and this is, of course, an Xbox team turned PC team, Silence being the only PC player that I know of on this lineup, and he did play for Dexterity at the Invitationals, if I recall correctly. So, you know, there's a little bit of a mix, a meld going on here on this roster. They're a little bit slower than most teams we see in the Latin American Pro League, but they still have proven themselves as making that methodology work. That's that sense of, okay, we're going to take everything nice and slow and methodically and strategically. They've made that work for them in the Latin American Pro scene so far.
Now, we are going to take a look at our next roster. It's going to be with the former team known as Santos Dexterity, now known as Team Font. Let's take a look at their top 5 players that we're going to be seeing here today.
Gohan, Astro, Cameraman, Humarian, and Mav. Numaringa.
Moringa is how I say. I think it's HSN Moringa, but I just go with Moringa.
I'm going to go with Moringa. Team Font, like you said, previously known as Team Dexterity, are a very well-rounded squad. Santos Dexterity, excuse me. They are a very well-rounded squad that has both strategy and the ability to adapt mid-round. They're similar to, you could compare them to ENTZ, what we're seeing from ENTZ lately, what we're seeing from Millennium, what we're seeing from Penta, some of the more European teams. And it really does shine through in their play, and it gives them a little bit of a leg up over some of the other squads we're seeing coming out of the Latin American scene. I mean, usually, I remember back in Season 3, Year 1, it used to be every team was trying to strive for that slow, methodical, strategic mentality. And since then, there's been a little bit of a shift in the gears of the way that the top teams are trying to play, in that they're leaning more towards mid-round adaptation and understanding of the strategy that in the meta, yes, but not committing themselves to anything specific. And I find that's been working for the teams that have chosen to pick up that role.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of teams are trying to poke and prod their way into different areas of the bomb site or surrounding adjacent rooms, seeing, okay, can we get an opportunity here? Can we get an opportunity there? And then that's where those mid-round adaptations come. If they foresee themselves not being able to get, let's say, into border, if they can't get themselves into the office, they'll rotate around to the west balcony mid-round. But one of the things I want to point out here, and I want to get your opinion on, is we have 3 members from Team Font here with what I would consider a lower headshot ratio than most other players that we've seen in the Pro League. Is that going to be something that we see INTZ looking into and possibly bringing a Rook out?
No.
We don't see a lot of Rook play anymore, and I think that's because we're starting to see a lot of more headshots.
No, I don't think we. I don't think that any team is looking at the headshot ratio and going, okay, let's bring a 3 armor because they're not getting many headshots. I think it all comes down to the strategy that each team is trying to implement on their defense, on their attack, just according to what they've planned moving into the match.
All right, awesome. So here we go. Here's our 5 players from Team Font, and I mean, we're looking at the operators here, attack, defense. There's nothing sticking out as saying, oh, hey, why is that there? That's really odd. Let's take a look into and conversation into that. All the operators here that we're seeing played are ones that we've constantly seen played. Nothing sticks out.
Yeah, the only thing that sticked out for me from that team sheet, and it doesn't really mean much, but a 2.0 KD from Astro, that's you don't see many of those in the Pro League. And kill death ratio doesn't mean a terrible amount when it really comes down to it, this level of play, but that's still pretty impressive.
It is. It's something worth noting. And I mean, we've seen it before on teams. I believe it was BRK Esports with Nesk. I mean, we constantly talk about how Nesk is one of the players that is kind of the front force. That if you take him out, you're able to then give your team a great advantage in trying to win that round. But that's also not necessarily the case here. But Astro is an integral part of the team. So with that, ladies and gents, that's going to be our rosters for this evening for this first best-of-3 series. We're going to take a look here at the operators now. The top 5 picked attack operators coming out of the Latin America scene.
Ash, Hibana, Thermite, Sledge, and Thatcher are going to be your top 5. Ash and Hibana up there at the tippity top with the 84.9% and 77.9% respectively. Both of them being 3 speeds with fantastic weaponry. They are obviously favored by the teams that like to frag out, just go for those kills, establish player dominance. Of course, Ash can clear out the barbed wire pretty effectively by herself, as well as opening up those unreinforced walls. A very versatile operator overall. Hibana, meanwhile, able to open up reinforced walls, along with Thermite right next to her, there at 63.4%. Now, we've seen from the Latin America scene quite a lot of teams picking both a Hibana and a Thermite in an attempt to get full wall destructibility and maneuverability. Sledge, meanwhile, 60.5%, obviously for those soft walls and just an overall well-rounded operator. He's got grenades, SMG-11, L85. This is what, Sledge is a pretty balanced op. Thatcher, also L85, but also the AR-33. He's got some options when it comes to the weaponry. On top of that, he can clear out the electronic devices very efficiently with his EMP grenades.
Yeah, and one of the things that we see different out of this five-man lineup as opposed to what we've seen out of the North American scene and possibly the European scene has been Blackbeard. Blackbeard's been one of the operators that I believe the European and North American scenes have kind of picked up quicker or transitioned off of Glaz, moved on to him quicker as opposed to the Latin American scene, which stuck around with Glaz for the first few weeks. We started to see more Blackbeard play coming out from many of the teams.
You got to imagine Glaz and Blackbeard are down there somewhere at like the 40% marks each. They're getting mixed and matched, so it depends on the squad and what they're trying to do. But yeah, no, you're definitely right. In the North American and European scene for the attacking side, I think from North America it's about 95% pick rate, and then from Europe it's about 80, something like that. But whatever the case be, for both of those scenes, that Blackbeard's seeing a tremendous amount of play.
Now we are going to move on to our top 5 picked defenders coming out of the Latin America scene, and these top 5 picked defenders are more common throughout all of the regions. All 5 of these operators are typically the standard pick for every single team on every single region.
Yeah, that's going to be Smoke at 93.0%, Jaeger right there at the same exact amount. Valkyrie, Mira, and Bandit, you're going to be your bottom 3. Now, Bandit's the only one to really talk about as being a rotation for the most part. I think from the European scene, we saw Valkyrie be the more rotated operator. But here in Latin America, it's Bandit, and he's going to be rotated likely because in all situations, you don't necessarily need those batteries to try and deny entry to a wall, or just drones and the barbed wire, or whatever the case be that you're trying to use those batteries for. Meanwhile, Smoke and Jaeger, obviously Smoke has that shotgun, very good for construction, as well as the SMG-11, one of the best secondary weapons in the game. He can also delay the defuse plant or just hold up an entire lane single-handedly with those gas canisters. Well-rounded defensive operator. Jaeger, only rifle on the defensive team. Great mobility in that 3-speed barbed wire, and he catches grenades. I mean, of course you want people catching grenades. Now, Valkyrie, tons of information, as well as Mira, both of those two operators being the soul of the information gathering for the defending team. I mean, those default cameras get taken out so easily early into the round.
Yeah, and the Valkyrie we've talked about many a times, oftentimes going back to the Latin American scene, saying that this is where we'll call it the overuse of the MPX has come into play. We've seen it be played on Valkyrie above any other weapon that she's got, and I believe we've talked numerous times about how the Latin American scene has kind of been the forerunners in saying this is one of the best guns here one of the best primaries on the defensive side.
There's always been mixed opinions when it comes to the MPX on Valkyrie. People always talk about how it's got the high rate of fire, it's great for getting headshots. But then, you know, you got some guys out of the North American European scene. Obviously, Blackbeard's seeing a whole lot more play, and you can't win a fight. As a Valkyrie against a Blackbeard, it is so difficult to win that fight because you got to go for the headshot, and he's got a shield in front of his face. What are you going to do there? So there's a lot of different mixed opinions in the European and North American scene as to the quality of the MPX with that low damage, high rate of fire, low recoil. But in the Latin American scene, what with Blackbeard not getting picked very often, I mean, and I think it does really stand to reason that they're going to be much more comfortable on Valkyrie with that MPX.
Now, earlier you had talked about Bandit. When we first got onto these top 5 defenders, you had talked about Bandit and being the rotator operator. And you had mentioned, okay, sometimes we don't even see the batteries go down on walls, or we'll see the attackers just push onto other walls without batteries. Do you think that it's possible that if you rotate out Bandit, they're basically giving up the mirror windows and saying, okay, they're going to get opened up and we're just going to pick another operator that we can then just basically, we'll call it, to deny or forego the EMPs from Thatcher? I
mean, let's talk about mirror windows then, just to check, to elaborate on that Bandit charge and the importance of mirror windows. When it comes to the mirror windows, especially from the Latin American scene, we've been seeing a lot of off-site mirror windows. I mean, let's reference just Consulate, one single map. And on Consulate, we've been having the Latin American scene especially put their mirror windows inside of bathroom when they're doing a basement defense, and then when they're doing a top floor defense, they'll put it all the way over by admin. And the thing to note about both those two mirror windows on that map is they're kind of disposable. If it be that a Hibana opens up the window and then the player playing behind said mirror window gets pressured, they can simply fall back into the bomb site. They don't have to stress it too much. In contrast to the European and North American metas, we've been seeing a little bit more of a heavy anchor with those mirror windows, trying to put them on the site in crucial positions that then get used to hold down the said site and deny the diffuser plant. Latin America is a little bit more just kind of stretch out into the map and try to give themselves some control without actually dedicating themselves to those mirror windows.
Now, that is going to be our top 5 pick defenders here coming out of the Latin American scene. We're going to move into our map bans now, right before we get underway with the games, because we obviously need to know what maps we're going to be playing. So let's head in and see just what Team Font and INTZ have in store for us. Now, the way map bans work, there are 9 maps in the pool, similar or very same, the exact same structure as it is in the North American and European scenes. The teams will go back and forth banning maps back and forth until there's only 3 maps left to go in the pool. The teams will then pick 1 map each, the final map being the decider map, which we've gotten to a few times, but we've also seen a lot of 2-0s throughout all the regions throughout the season.
Seems like a lot of the time when we do have any team win the first map, it'll carry on to the second one.
Yeah.
But we have seen a couple 3-map series in this season so far. Skyscraper, Consulate, and Coastline going to be our first 3 bans. You can see there, Font really not wanting to bring us to those DLC maps. There's the last DLC map, Border, taken out by INTZ.
Yeah, it's looking like they're going for more of the standard picks, and we don't want to play console, we don't want to play border. We know Team Font is doing very well on those, and Coastline and Skyscraper saying, okay, we know it's kind of like in those DLC maps. We'll just forego that, take them away. Cafe's going to be the 5th ban here coming out of Team Font, and the last ban looking like Clubhouse.
Yeah, what I'm seeing here from Font is just preference bans. Skyscraper, Coastline, we don't want to play that. Cafe, also, again, I think just Font didn't want to play it. INTZ, on the other hand, banning out Consulate, Border, I think that was counter bans specific for Font. Clubhouse could be a counter, but honestly, it could just be their one and only preference ban, and that would stand to reason as Clubhouse has kind of found itself outside of the meta these days. We are going to be having Bank, Chalet, and Oregon then be our 3 maps that will be played in this series. Bank is the only surprise there. We haven't seen it very much throughout the season.
I want to say we've seen it once or twice in the Latin American scene. The first of which I think was on Playday #1 with Nox Gaming.
We saw it with Flipside at some point during the group stages.
You're right. You're right. We did see that. We saw I remember seeing the Jackal come out. Jackals come out pretty much every time on Bank that we've seen.
Yeah, Jackal's a consistent operator pick on Bank, as Jackal, if you didn't know, he detects people's footprints, I think about 90 seconds after they've been placed, and then it just sort of pings them throughout the round, and it's really good at flushing out those roamers.
Yeah, now we are going to get underway here with the map picks, again, of those 3 maps, Cholet, Oregon, and Bank. Now, like you were talking about with the Jackal footsteps, it's 90 seconds. It's basically color-coded. If a footprint is red, it means it was very recent within the last 5 seconds. If it's blue, it's faded off to almost nothing.
Yeah, and he hasn't seen a lot of play on the majority of maps, but on a map like Bank, since it's so big,
very large,
you got to have that roam clear to be able to determine where they are and then, you know, force them down into the site without wasting so much time droning it with your teammates to try and hunt them down.
Now, we are going to see Oregon be the first map chosen here by Team Font. INTZ going to choose the second map, and looking like because Team Font chose Oregon, INTZ is going to choose the starting side of defense, which you see here starting on attack for Team Font. Now, we are about to get underway in the game right now. Looks like Bank's going to be the second map, Chalet's going to be the decider, but here we are. Oregon is going to be our first map in this best-of-3 series between INTZ and Team Font. Let's head into the game, take a look at the operators, and see just what these teams have in store for us. Font is going to be on the attack side, INTZ on defense.
Yeah, Astro's going to be bringing Twitch to the board, and that's in an attempt to try and counter that mirror window, which will almost certainly be going down into the basement if that is where we are heading. It will be the basement. So, yeah, that's going to be in an attempt to counter that mirror window. Now, usually we'll see a Capital brought out instead of a Twitch, but if you can get the Twitch drone down into that little closet, then it actually is arguably more effective than a Capital Firebolt.
We've seen the Capital pick from many teams here, but it looks as though, I mean, we've seen Astro play Twitch so often, and he's so viable and very powerful on that operator that you basically need to make the Twitch play work for him.
You know, sometimes in a lot of teams you do not pick preference picks in terms of operators as to, okay, I like this guy's gun, so I'm going to play this guy because I want to use his gun. That's usually not allowed at this level of play. But from time to time, you have instances where someone is so proficient with a particular operator that you cannot deny them said proficiency, and you need to harness it and utilize it for your team's success. And that might be the case here with Astro.
Now,
Twitch isn't a bad operator.
Twitch is not a bad operator, especially with how much mirror play we see in the world. But you had mentioned earlier that with the Latin American scene, we're starting to see these mirror windows get placed far off site so that even if they get destroyed, the defenders just fall back. And we see one inside of Kitchen looking into dining. I mean, the strategy holds true, that basically they are playing further off site using these mirror windows, not necessarily to hold downstairs or be on site. Now typically we will see the one mirror window inside of that closet facing the laundry. That's almost a guaranteed and a necessity here on Oregon.
As you can see here, Font starting to drone out the attic. They will spot out Ninja. Astro's going to be looking for the shot, but Ninja's just going to default down the ladder. Good play there and good read by Ninja to understand he's being pinched by the attackers.
It looks as though Ninja realizes there's some pressure being applied from the back red tower. Some shots going to fly down from above. That's going to be Astro picking up the first kill of the round, and he will finish off Ninja.
Yeah, well, it was a good read there from Ninja to fall off the attic. He unfortunately didn't default far enough, and you could attribute that to the construction tunnel being opened up. I think that really cut off his retreat.
GCR knows he got spotted out, and we'll have to see if he rotates back downstairs or heads over towards the west corridors of Kitchen. Looks as though, no, he's actually going to stay inside of the main lobby, I want to say. Len is looking towards the back stairwell as Astro works his way down. Drop pad's getting opened up inside of Meeting Hall, and cameraman's going to back on out of Red Tower, look towards Garage, and then work his way down Construction Tunnel. Yeah,
so this is a tower construction tunnel take coming out from Font right now, and this is more of the meta that we've been seeing from every scene, every region really, on this basement attack. The lobby drop attack has kind of fallen out of preference.
Now here's a good pinch. Astro's going to go for the shots there. He gets a second kill onto Lend. Now he's going to look for the frag here onto FK. He knows FK's right around the corner, goes for the shot, hits him in the shoulder. That's going to do about 30 damage. Swings on and gets a 3K. That third frag is going to make him in favor here. A 5-on-2 now with FK and GCR. Last man alive. Looks as though Astro will be taken down by GCR. However, the final kill comes around the corner, and that's going to be Gohan sweeping up the round here. We are going to have Team Font secure round number 1.
What a fantastic round there from Team Font. Although it was looking like it might have been a comeback there for INTZ in the latter end of that round, as you saw some nice gunplay there from GCR. Now we are going to have Font going on to their first defense round. I think they're going to be going into the kids' dorms for the first one. Now, there are plenty of, it's justifiable to go to kids' dorms or the basement first round. It really is kind of just a preference pick when it comes to Oregon. It used to be the case that both, or pretty much the entire Pro League favored the top floor over the basement. That was before Mira was introduced. After Mira got brought into play, then she became a little bit more of a viability change for the basement. You can see here we are having Font open up that generator room almost in its entirety, trying to deny that diffuser plant, as well as just if they have a roamer underneath, they can shoot it from below. Shoot anyone coming in generator. Generator is usually one of the points of contention for the attackers. They're going to be coming in from that armory and that master balcony, straight to master and master closet. And that's one of the more standard attacks we see in this current meta.
Yeah, and we've seen it where even if that closet wall into generator gets opened up into that middle dorms, that 90-degree angle held by those back stairs is still overly powerful, and you're able to hold down any kind of push inside, especially if you're going to keep smoke on those stairs.
Yeah, if you have somebody on defense, if you have somebody at the top of white stairs and somebody inside of big dorms, then that crossfire basically you can hold out in a 2 versus 5. It's really easy to stay alive from those angles.
Now we are underway here with over 2/3 of the round left to go for the attack phase. FK is going to be working his way in towards the red tower. First droning out from the lobby side here, getting rid of some cams and realizing, hey, let's push in forward. I don't think there's too much pressure, but he needs to be wary of the men inside of the meeting hall.
Yeah, looks like we are going to have INTZ they're just trying to take this meeting hall attic control. This seems like a very standard attack strategy, even compared to what we were seeing in the last round. It's basically the same. Take from tower, establish control over meeting, and then start your push onto the bomb site. And this time, though, the difference is we are having Team Font defending the top floor, not the basement.
GCR's outside by the garden, which is going to be outside of that dining window. He's going to be picking up his drone, moving on forward. Mav, though, uses that deagle, as he should be, and opening up some of the floor there for some holes to potentially C4 up, or at least here, for when the rappel happens on those north windows. Flashbang's going to come in from GCR, though. He's looking to challenge Cameraman, and it looks as though Twitch will be taken out here as Astro peeks from above, and FK will drop. Good frag by Astro.
We've seen holes in the floor and this particular bomb site utilized to great effectiveness before, and we can see it happening yet again. It's already 2 players down as Gohan takes out Ninja with this gas canister. And Lend with the refrag onto Cameraman with GCR, another kill onto Mav. It's a 3-on-3 now. 45 seconds to go. The attackers are mounting on the pressure, but Gohan with another kill onto Lend is going to put his team in a nice, comfortable position here.
GCR swings around from the dining hall, and Gohan just barely misses some targets, but he grabs the attention, and GCR swings in and will pick up the headshot. Wonderful frag to make it a 2-on-2 now with 25 seconds to go.
Got to be careful those angles from above. Astro's gonna, yeah.
As you say that, Astro gets the kill there onto GCR. Last minute alive for the attackers is going to be Silence. He's got 15 seconds. He's got to rappel on up, and unfortunately, it's going to put him into a very vulnerable position. Astro hears the rappel. He hops on out, and there's going to be the kill. Astro, I think that's picking up a 3K this round.
Whatever the case be, a well done, well played round to Astro. Really putting in work for his team on that round. When we talked about Astro, having a 2.0 kill death ratio leading into this match just before we started. And how, you know, normally KD doesn't mean a lot, but 2.0 in Pro League at this level of play, that's pretty significant. Now, we are going to be having INTZ going back onto defense as they were unsuccessful their first attempt. They will be going into the tower instead of the basement this time. Slightly different choice here from INTZ, and we'll see if it plays out for them. We've seen tower used, I think, about 5 times actually in this season, somewhat surprisingly, around there. And it's mostly been unsuccessful, but we have seen it, one successful hold here. I want to say by Bittersweet.
That makes sense.
Or Infamy.
It was either Infamy or Bittersweet.
It was in the Bittersweet Infamy matchup, I believe, and it was interesting to see, but it usually, again, this site usually does not swing in the favor of the defenders. So it's going to be the pressure on INTZ right now, even more so given that they're at a 2-0 deficit to win this round.
What we typically see here from a red tower defense is actually going to be 2, sometimes 3, if not even 4 roamers on the west side of the building, inside of the main portions of the building, and they're going to use all their windows to peek out on the and cover the 3 out of the 4 sides of the red tower. The only safe side being the northmost side of that tower, and that also only gives them 2 windows into the site.
That is really bad there for INTZ. Astro managing to get that mirror window on the meeting hall wall open is going to alleviate quite a lot of pressure when Font goes for their main push into the tower. They're conscious of Valkyrie playing over in the kids' dorms, simply waiting for the opportunity.
Moringa does spot out the shots coming from kids' dorms. FK gives away his position, and unfortunately he won't tag down anyone just yet. 2 minutes still here to go in the round number 3. GCR actually goes and exposes himself all the way outside on that connector rooftop between small tower and the A bomb site. Should it be top floor. However, some shots will go in. Astro not able to hit his target. Ninja will pick up that frag, and we are going to have Bandit getting injured in return. The trade comes out. Gohan picks up the kill, and a 4-on-4 is going to ensue as Gohan is trying to run away from the smoke that's ensuing all around him. Looks like a double kill is going to pop up here. Moringa is going to be falling down there. Lend in Silence will be taken out. GCR going to be the last man alive, and we are likely to see this go in Team Font's favor. GCR is just going to pull up a little bit of sweep here, moving on forward. Pre-fires the drop hatch of Attic, and no one's there peeking at the moment, but he is giving away his position, so the plant will go down here momentarily by Cameraman. And this is looking like it's going to be a Team Font round 3 victory.
Yeah, Team Font definitely looking very dominant so far in this matchup. GCR going to try to find this frag onto Mab, but it's not going to matter in the long run. He's got to find 3 after, and yeah, there's Mab with a nice peek up. Will finish off GCR and lock out that round for Font. So, what can we say about that round? Really, all Font did was straight up apply pressure to the windows of tower, take control for the top down to start things off, and then get the defuse plant as they won their fights. And it was good on Font as well to get those refrags, apply the pressure after they lost the initial fight. I mean, Astro repelling on that window. He died to the Bandit, but despite that, they didn't lose any of their momentum. Good, well played to Font there.
Yeah, it was a good, we'll call it trade or catch-up by Gohan. He had swept on into that top floor, picked up that Bandit after Astro had been taken out. But like that's what we see here from some of the top teams out of not just the Latin America scene, but every single pro league that we have here. We constantly see the teams that end up winning are the teams that get the majority of those trades, that get their teams, get their players into position to then refrag should their teammates be taken out.
And that's all down to synergy. And we talked about this earlier, how we've taken a shift in the meta from a heavy strategic sort of meta setup where everybody has a designated role and you have to do this and you have to do that, and there's no deviation, whether it be on attack or defense. And we've taken a shift from that over to understanding the meta, understanding what can be done, what should be done, what ought to be done, and just going ahead and playing a little bit more on the fly, saying, all right, hey, we're going to do this, 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 this. You know, your IGL will give you a basic setup, and then you play from there. You don't try to commit yourself to anything, you know, definitive, because sometimes that can actually really work against you. And you could see Font here, they were going up against a tower defense. Now, tower defense, while I'm sure Font has dealt with it many times, is not something they deal with every single day. And because of that, they needed to adapt from their norm just ever so slightly, and they needed to do something slightly just different. And they were able to make that happen quite efficiently. They won that round, 4 players still alive, almost a perfect round, despite the fact that they were attacking onto an abnormal site.
Now, do you know if we saw inside of the lobby point there? Oh, unfortunately, there we're going to see a little disconnect, and we'll be back here. So that's 3-0 at the moment in favor of Team Font. One of the things I want to point out there from the defensive setup of Team Font was the lobby drop hatch. The lobby drop hatch, the main one that basically oversees the laundry, that was left soft. And is that because there was so much pressure, so much defensive, we'll call it fortification, inside of the meeting hall, that even if they got that drop hatch opened up, there wasn't much that could be done from it?
I would attribute that most likely to just understanding, Team Font understanding that, okay, the drop down's, it's going to get opened up. Like, they can't stop it. They can't prevent it. The mute jammer underneath, that can't stop Hibana from opening up the drop. You know, and a lot of these teams are bringing Thermite and Hibana both on their attacks. Didn't quite see what happened in that particular round where it came to the operator selection, but despite that, it's good to have all your bases covered, and using your reinforcements elsewhere, not that you really need terribly many on the basement hold, is probably more beneficial than just spending it on that drop down, which will always get opened up. And we've seen a couple other teams do something along those lines, just leave the drops they know are going to get opened up unreinforced. And sometimes it can actually slow down the attacker somewhat, because it really puts in the back of the mind of the attackers.
Like,
is this a trap? Yeah. Are they trying to C4 me when I go to plant my thermite charge? What's happening here? But whatever the case, I mean, there's no real reason to reinforce that drop. It doesn't actually slow much down unless you're playing aggressively and you get the pick on the Hibana or the thermite early on. Then it's really great if you have that reinforced.
Yeah, on that particular round they only had Hibana, but they also had a sledge that was brought. I think it was Sledge, Ash, Hibana. I don't think Blackbeard was chosen. There might have been a Thatcher, but long story short, there was only a Hibana, and I was thinking the same thing you were. You were saying, okay, what if they play aggressive? What if they get that Hibana, then get that drop hatch reinforced, and that would have been basically the security of laundry.
Yeah, so I mean, you could obviously do that, but that has to be your plan moving into that round. It's like, hey, we're gonna peek aggressively and try to kill the Hibana, but that almost never works, and it's such a huge risk. Well, what if you kill the Ash instead? Well, then it doesn't change anything. I mean, sure, you got to kill, that's great, but then it's not working in your strategy of leaving the drop, leaving it reinforced.
It's all about the contingencies, and that's what we're going to be seeing Team Font working on doing. Now, you had talked about it here, that what we've seen with Red Tower, the Red Tower defense. We'll go back to that, and INTZ trying to hold down that, and the pressure that got applied was basically the fact that it was just pressure from the Red Tower. All they did was just say, okay, we're going to push in. We know there's not many people that are actually there's not many people that are actually going to be in the site, so they're going to be pushing in, and ultimately that's what we saw. Astro unfortunately got taken out, but Gohan was there to get the trade. Is that where seeing often from Red Tower holds is basically just a push in to the site?
Well, I mean, on the Red Tower hold, that's what we saw, obviously, from Fun. And it worked well for Fun. We've seen a number of other interpretations of how to attack that. Clear from west to east, same as normal, as if you're attacking a basement hold, and then try to push in through meeting hall. But we've seen that actually flop on its face, because whenever you commit yourself to taking the entire building from one corner to the other corner, you spend so much time that you then inevitably don't have enough to actually push into the bomb site. And I think the successful rounds we've seen in tower defensive because the attackers try to come from the east. They clear to the west. They clear to the east, and then they push the meeting hall, and then they don't have enough time to go into the tower itself. And yeah, I think it was just that round, and I think the right way to attack tower, what we saw Font clearly display, was just, hey, repel onto the tower windows, come into the tower as a team, and now you have control. Congratulations. Well done.
One of the things I like, out of all the Red Tower defenses we've seen, one of the things that maybe we just haven't seen much of or haven't gotten a chance through the different engagements, I haven't seen much of a, we'll call it, bottom-top approach in Red Tower. I mean, it seems as though the construction push, getting into blue, opening up box, and then potentially just taking over the basement, working your way up the stairs, might be some quote-unquote easier or / unexpected avenue to take control of that bottom floor.
Well, you know,
what would be preventing that?
So when I'm playing ranked, or if I'm playing just anything outside of competition, and for whatever reason on Oregon the enemy team is defending the tower, then yeah, no, more often than not, I'll just rush my way in through construction tunnel, up the stairs, and I'll catch 3 people off guard and get a really easy 3K and then win the round. But when it comes to this level of play, you have to imagine there's barbed wire on those bottom stairs. There's at least one person in a position to watch it. And when you're coming up from that basement through those stairs, you're bottlenecking yourself. You're shoving yourself into a death lane filled with barbed wire and guns being pointed at it. And it's dangerous.
Yeah. Now, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, we are having some technical difficulties with INTZ trying to get back in. So we are going to cut to a short 3-minute break. So please stick around with us, and we'll be back with more of this Best of 3 series here on Oregon. Please stick around. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're here for the sixth week of the Latin American Pro League scene here for Rainbow Six Siege. It is playoff day. It is LAN decision day for the Latin American team. We are underway with our first game in this first best-of-3 series. It's going to be between Team Font, formerly known as Santos Dexterity, and INTZ Gaming, who had to work their way up through the Group B brackets and are here with us to take on Team Font. Now, previously what happened before the break, we had a 3-0 lead in favor of Team Font. We're going to get underway with round number 4 here momentarily. The teams are all set, and we are going to get it underway in a moment.
Yeah, no, INTZ has been struggling to get their feet on the ground here on Oregon, and Font has been feeling very strong overall.
Yes.
A lot of these rounds have been pretty decisive, and INTZ really needs to step it up here. I think they're going to be on attack when we get back into the match. They're going to be attacking into a basement, I believe it was, and that's going to be it's a difficult prospect to successfully attack that basement site. Now, interestingly, INTZ kind of gave a way around, I have to say, with trying to defend that tower. That was a little bit of a mistake there.
I agree with you right there, because typically what we've seen is if you fail a bomb site, you go back and try it at least once more. Here,
well,
they're going to something which is off standard, and it's a very quote-unquote difficult site to hold. More difficult than some of the other sites, arguably.
You don't have to defend the same bomb site to try and, you know, hammer it out. That is something we have seen teams do. But like, you could go to the top floor instead of the basement. You have options. You don't have to force out a tower. I like that INTZ was trying to give us something different, but in this instance, I don't think it was the right call. I think they need to stick to their fundamentals in order to play against Font, because Font has what we talked about earlier, those core fundamental and just high skill level play that is going to give them an edge when they're talking about just going up against an unpredictable strategy.
Yep. Now we are going to file into the game right now. It's time to get underway with round number 4. Again, round number 4 is going to have INTZ on attack, and Font is going to be on defense. So here we go. Basement defense is where it's going to be yet again, and I'm expecting Font not to change up too much from their defensive strategy, which we saw moments ago.
No, sir. It's likely to be very similar. Now, Font is going to be very confident here. They've got the lead at 3-0, as you can see, and that's got to put you in a position where you're like, okay, well, we can play a little bit aggressive. We can go for those kills. Remember we talked about before the break how maybe they're leaving the drop down to lobby unreinforced so that they can get the early pick onto Habana. Maybe they're betting on that. Maybe that is actually what Font is trying to plan. And that would be really cool to see these just a spontaneous aggressive push out of the building from the defenders to try and hunt down that Habana early on.
We're going to see cameraman. That's going to be the mirror inside of the middle hall. And
he destroyed one of his Jaegers, but I like the angle he's opening up.
Little spot here. I like it too. I like it too. Not many. This is one of those spots that isn't going to provide too much. We'll call it protection.
Well, it offer you zero protection.
Zero protection, but it will give you the upper hand because it's not a typical spot scene. It's one of those, hey, if I don't get droned out, this is going to be a very nice position to get the upper hand. I
remember back at the beginning of the game, you could still do melee holes in walls and catch people off guard. Well, now it's a little bit of evolved. You have to use bullet holes to try and catch people off guard. And more importantly, bullet holes in benches, not even on walls. And it will be holding up the attack here. FK trying to pressure his way into the tower is going to be met by that Astro, and I believe that was Gohan playing inside of Meeting Hall. He's just trying to get a pick here. If he can kill either of the defenders playing inside Meeting Hall from that angle, he will put his team in a great position to then push into the red tower.
Now, I like what we just saw there on the main staircase leading down. With this camera right here, which Gohan is looking at, they've opened up the wall vertically, not enough to actually have someone rush their way through, but enough that they can toss out grenades, just get a line of sight, get a crossfire if they needed. And that's one of the things that I like seeing, a little adaptation there that we haven't seen too much of.
Yeah, Font definitely does seem to have a good grasp on their hold here. It's worth noting also they are very dedicated to this roam hold, where they play inside the meeting hall, but they actually, as I say that, default back into the bomb site. Interesting move there by Font. They have successfully waited 2 minutes, and I have to imagine that that was purely a timed call there. All right, guys, we've wasted 2 minutes on the clock. This is where we go back to the bomb site and we try to hold out for the last remaining minute of this round.
Now we are going to have Font bunkered down here between A and B. Box looks like it's going to be given up at the moment. We're going to see some attackers from INTZ force their way in there as the majority of them is looking their way in the main lobby coming down the front stairs. Leading the forefront there is going to be the Thatcher. That looks like it's going to be Lend here. He's going to go for a shot. Astro's going to be ready for it. Goes for a headshot, misses his target. Gohan tosses up a C4, tags it down. What a kill there, fragging out one onto Lend. 4 on 5 now, 30 seconds left to go. Gohan is holding down here inside of the site. He's in the launching machine. He's going to get rid of all 6 charges. The wall will still stay intact. Astro's going to get an opportunity to place down, Moringa gets an opportunity potentially to place down a battery charge. Let's see there. Flashbang is going to come in from Box. They've rotated over. GCR is going to fall. Cameraman gets injured in the process. And Silence with about 1 health left to go. He's going to try to get this diffuser planted. Bandit comes swinging around with a kill as GCR takes a trade on a Gohan Moringa. Picks up a frag of his own, and GCR gets another kill here with the pistol down on Moringa. And defense is going to win this one. That is going to be Team Font securing round 4. They now go up onto match point after the diffuser just did not get planted in time.
Apart from the slight delay so far we've had in this match, it's been entirely one-sided and very quick. Now that round did come down to the very last second, but despite that fact, we haven't spent much time here on Oregon so far today. Font seemingly very dominant here in this matchup, INTZ unable to get a grasp of this situation.
Yes, and this was not their pick. No, this was their pick. This was their pick. The next map was was INTZ's pick. I believe so. Team Font had chosen Oregon. INTZ had chosen Bank. No, so they chosen Bank is going to be our final map. Chalet was our second map, which INTZ had chosen.
And whatever the case be, it's going to be all pressure now on INTZ to get this round win on the board, and then 3 subsequent rounds right after. They've got a long road ahead of them to make the comeback happen on Oregon.
They do, and we've seen it happen before, not often. We've seen some minor comebacks, especially talking about last night in the North American scene. One of the teams was down 4-0. We saw them come back 4-2,
well,
but just couldn't hold it off.
From an 0-4 deficit, I think I've seen a comeback from an 0-4 deficit about once or twice in the Pro League.
Yes.
In my caster career, in the earlier season, we probably saw it a couple more times. I'm talking about season 1, season 2 of year 1. When I was playing, not casting, but as far as casting goes, I've probably seen 1 or 2.
Yeah, the only one I can think of in the past 3 seasons has been the Continuum and Elevate game on Cafe.
Yeah.
And we do have Astro trying to look for a Valkyrie camera. Typically, we'll see one on top of the shack over there by the garden.
That's a fantastic match as well.
Yes.
Now, Team Font, they are starting themselves again, similar to how they have done in the past, taking that red tower, positioning themselves to pushing through the construction tunnel. We are going to have INTZ with a similar setup to what we were seeing from Font last round, whereby they have a lot of focus on that meeting hall, trying to roam for as long as they possibly can, hold out the meeting hall, and try to get a couple kills or just delay for an extended period of time. And it's going to be a direct challenge here. Ninja onto Astro. Astro's going to drone this out before he chooses to attack the angle, which is going to give him a leg up against Ninja.
Now, last time we saw this, Ninja did get droned out. He had to default back down onto the meeting hall. He ended up getting refragged and picked off by Astro. But Mav going ham over here, picked up a headshot onto FK, and then frags out GCR. It's a 5-on-3 now. Team Font look like they're going to walk away in a flawless match here. 5-0. They just need to pick off Ninja, Len, and Silence.
So it is worth talking about the fact that Mav just walked into meeting hall via the main meeting hall door that 2 of the defenders which died to him were staring at. I'm not sure what happened there, but that's all pressure on INTZ there.
And there's going to be Len falling to Gohan's headshot. That's going to be the Ash swinging on in. Last 2 alive going to be Ninja and Silence. Now, Ninja has the opportunity to try to get this flank on, but it's going to be up to, I was going to say, it's going to be up to Silence to hold it off, and he just cannot. So Ninja needs to go buck wild. It's going to be the round of a lifetime, but it will not happen as Moringa comes in firing hot. And we will have the shots land. Team Font's going to win this 5-0. What a, we'll call it quick and decisive match here for Team Font.
So it's weird to talk about because that map wasn't decided necessarily strategically or anything like that. It was straight up just Font winning all of their fights. I mean, that last round, we saw the Sledge waltz into meeting hall. We had a
Let's
Valkyrie on stage, and then I believe it was a Jaeger deeper in the meeting hall, and he just killed both of them. And that's the exact angle these two players are looking at. That's their job to hold, is that one doorway. And he just kind of walked on through and won that fight. And that is, yes, excellent play to Mav. Excellent play to Mav. Good job on him to be able to win that fight. But also, that's on INTZ.
There's some lapse of either communication, lapse of judgment, lapse of line of sight, whatever it may be. But there is definitely going to be some opportunities for INTZ to go back and re-look at that.
Yeah.
But our second map of the evening between these two teams is going to be on Chalet. Now, as you saw, we did have to reform here due to the earlier recreation of the lobby. So we are just going to spend another minute here referring him back, talking about what just happened. We might have some highlights for you on this previous match. We'll have to see if we do. But what actually went down in this 5-0 was, I think, basically just flat out fundamentals. Team Font outshining their opponents.
And we talked about the play style of these two teams before the match started. Font is one of those teams that is just, again, fundamentals, top of the game. Definitely in the top brass of all of the different teams from all the different pro leagues.
Yep.
They are up there. More importantly, they don't commit themselves to a hard strategy whereby they're like, okay, we're going to do the same thing over and over again. They can adapt. They can adjust to what they see their opponents bring to the table. Now, going up against a team like INTZ, who is a strategic team, and more importantly, they're the sort of strategic team that does try to bring us to different bomb sites. Cough, cough, Red Tower, it's going to work against INTZ in that instance. The best thing that INTZ can do is try to consolidate, bring it down into, try to, focus on their core fundamentals and go to those more common bomb sites, because they're going to be able to actually try and fight against the grind that Font has been working up for so long.
Yeah, I feel like INTZ could, instead of trying to go to different bomb sites, which, I mean, we saw them go to Red Tower, like you had said, go back to one of the core bomb sites and try to change up how they're going to hold that site. I feel like there's still a lot of unique variations. We've seen teams like Bittersweet, teams like Infamy try to bring into the scene, and I hope and I want to see INTZ try to do that. Having those core bomb sites at your arsenal or in your playbook, but changing up how you're going to be playing them is, I think, in favor of INTZ. They just need to work on that as opposed to go to a different bomb site and create a brand new playbook altogether.
It used to be that there were two different types of teams. There were three, but there were two prominent types of teams. There were the teams that played heavy strategy and tried to go just for the same bomb sites every time, the predictable ones.
Yep.
And then there were the teams that played heavy strategy, but then also went for the random bomb sites like Tower. And since then, we've seen a little bit of a phasing out of those just core bomb sites, and everyone's shifting over to, hey, we need to be able to do the weird bomb sites if we're going to be a heavy strat team. And INTZ is obviously just a little bit behind the curve when it comes to being on top of those different bomb sites.
Now, I did misspeak earlier. Bank is going to be our second map. It's not Chalet. Bank is our second map. So let's head on in as the teams are ready. We're filing in, and we're going to be witnessing some of the operator selection picks here.
So we actually did have a disconnect in the load-in, so we will be actually waiting just a little bit longer. Apologies for that, ladies and gentlemen. We will get right into the match as soon as we possibly can. But yes, Bank. Let's talk about Bank. So
let's talk about Bank.
Bank is very much different from Oregon. Oregon's a little bit more constricted, and it forces the defenders to play in a more predictable manner, we could say. Whereas Bank is huge. It's one of the biggest maps in the Pro League, if not the biggest map in the Pro League. And it offers the defenders a lot of maneuverability. And that is why, we talked about this earlier, that is why we see often we see a Jackal brought to the field on this particular map, because it can allow the attackers to clear out these roamers without actually spending the time to drone every single part of the map.
So here we are, teams are ready, and we are getting into the operator selection. Let's head into the game as Team Font is going to be starting on attack. Team INTZ is going to be on defense.
So we're not actually ready, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be waiting until everybody gets unloaded in. And then once we have everybody ready, we'll let you know.
So here we are. Bank is up and running, ready to get going. And the bomb site looks like it's going to be downstairs in the basement. There it is.
Yeah, so basement defense first on Bank is very predictable on this particular map. I mean, we've seen a couple different times. I think it was Bittersweet GG brought us to the customs first or something along those lines.
Yep.
They opted to defend the top floor bomb sites instead of, well, not top floor, the middle floor bomb sites instead of this basement floor. But INTZ will be doing the more predictable play here, as we were hoping they would, and bringing it down into the basement. So we will be having, it seems, a remake, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize for the inconvenience and the wait. We'll try to get this going as soon as possible. We'll see what our admins decide here in just a second.
Yep. So as we just saw there, the bottom basement hold was coming out from INTZ, and that, like I said, is the expected bomb site. We've seen some teams vary off of that, but very few teams have decided to take their first bomb site elsewhere. One of the things, like you mentioned, Bank is very different from Oregon. The size is one, but also the fact that 3 out of the 4 bomb sites are seen as quite viable. We've now, with the introduction of Mira and trying to see different strategies in the open area, I feel like that's come into the mix a little bit more frequently than we have seen in previous seasons.
I really do like a lot of the play that, on that note, I really do like a lot of the play we've been seeing on that, on open area. Open area is one of those bomb sites that was always kind of seen as equal to Archives, and I feel like you talked about with the Mira addition, in Archives, there's some interesting places you could put the Mira, but not like we're going to win the round because of this Mira window sort of places you could put the Mira. On open area, on the other hand, there are some really interesting places, like, for example, on that wall that faces towards Printer, towards the alley window, towards alley, that is going to give you a lot of visibility, not only to the alley window, but also if you open up the wall to the left of that Mira window, or just put 2 Mira windows, one on each wall, next to each other, then that's going to give you control over Printer and Cafeteria, which is just basically half of the control you need kind of cut out immediately. Now, of course, there are ways for the attackers to counter that. Going above and opening up in stock will give you full visibility of those 2 Mira windows. But, you know, it's still a really nice addition, and it's cool to see Mira seeing more, I'd say, useful play on this map. In the basement, in Archives, both, she's not the most essential operator, whereas in contrast to, like, Oregon, you have to have Mira when you're defending the basement of Oregon. You just have to.
We've seen, I want to say, downstairs, when the bomb site has been either basement, tellers and Archives, or even an open area, we've seen teams, especially in the Latin American scene, hold that open area as a rotational pivot point. Yeah. And so Mira has been we'll call it a presence inside of there, or at least the Mira windows have been a presence inside of the open area, regardless of if any of those 3 bomb sites are chosen. So that kitchen and that open area is kind of a very prominent point where we're going to see a lot of engagement, most likely. I mean, I remember seeing a Bandit-Jaeger combination coming out, I think it was from Nox Gaming, during week number 1, where they were trying to hold down the fort there, even though the bomb site was downstairs. So definitely some variations, including in that open area. We'll have to see how that unfolds. We are still waiting for a few more members from INTZ to get back into the lobby here before we continue on. With Bank, I mean, I don't necessarily expect to see, even with INTZ trying to throw in the red tower defense on Oregon, I don't think we're going to go upstairs at all. That's not one that we've seen ever, except for Nox trying once, and they were oddly enough successful at it.
I don't know. That was the only round that they won on defense. The only one, and it was in the CEO office. For those of you who don't know how Bank works, CEO office is widely considered to be totally not viable because there are way too many angles that the attackers can establish on the defenders with no effort at all. They can walk out of spawn, up a staircase on the top of a garage, and then they have full control over your bomb site. I mean, even a castle can't stop it because you can open it with a glass.
Yeah. Can't even stop it. But that is it, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to head to another short 3-minute break, and unfortunately we are having some more technical difficulties with INTZ trying to connect to the lobby. So please bear with us. We'll be back in a few short moments, so stick around. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, here. Still waiting for some more players to get in. But while we do that, let's talk a little bit more about Bank. And we know a lot about the basement bomb site. We know a lot about how that is the preferred bomb site, how it's typically set up, how the majority of the teams push in. They'll open up all the drop heads into the side of the open area, inside a server, push their way in through server. Let's talk about the two other, we'll call them secondary bomb sites, inside of tellers and archives and the open area. Now, we talked previously before the break about how one of the new ways to hold onto either of those sites has been get inside of open area, use some mirror windows. Walk us through how a defense, the standard defense for holding that, or how it's set up, we'll say.
How we're going to set up an open area defense? Okay.
Yeah.
You're usually going to put a double mirror window onto that wall that faces towards the cafeteria and the printer room. Then you're going to apply a lot of pressure, or you might just put one. You can put a single one and actually put it in between those walls. That will give you the same amount of visibility, and honestly, I think that's probably the better bet.
Yeah.
And you save that second mirror window. You can use it in a number of different ways. You can put it facing towards the square stairs in cafeteria, but then if you use, then you might actually not want to hold inside cafeteria. You might want to play it exclusively from open area. Now, if you're doing that, then you need to apply a lot of emphasis, and actually in general for this entire hold as a defender, you really do need to apply a lot of emphasis to that top floor. You need to maintain control over CEO, and it sounds weird because we talked about earlier how CEO isn't a viable bomb site, but if you're doing it as a roam game, you can fall off, thereby making it if an attacker comes to garage to try and counter you, they're wasting their time. So you need to apply a lot of control over to CEO. Maybe that's where you're going to want to put your second mirror window, somewhere around storage, maybe towards a meeting room. There's a couple different options where it really comes down to that second mirror, but it's all up to what your team feels is most necessary. And that's the sort of thing that you'll feel out when you're doing scrims against other teams in your region, is where the pressure is coming from and where that mirror window will need to find itself. And then, yeah, anyway, it really just comes down to wasting as much time on the top floor, having one of the drop downs unreinforced and open so that you can rotate back safely. Usually we'll see, I think it's mostly been the stock drop down, or sorry, not the stock, the storage drop down. And that storage drop down then it falls into a small office, and small office is not super a lot of control for the attackers.
It's oftentimes seen as like a kill box sometimes. Yeah. If it's not opened up into archives, it's basically a kill box.
The attackers will open up the wall towards cafeteria, or sorry, the defenders will open up the wall towards cafeteria, place someone in that cafeteria corner, and then they'll have full visibility on you as you drop as an attacker. It's super dangerous, especially considering there's way less smoke in the game now after Thermite and Ash don't have their smoke grenades anymore. However, Jackal does have smoke grenades, so that might be something that is a direct counter to that. Of course, this is all very situational. There's a lot of different ways to set up open area, and the gist is bring a mirror. Make sure you have that mirror facing printer, cafeteria, and keep a lot of control of the top floor as long as you possibly can before you have to default back into the site.
I feel like if that's the goal of an office or open area hold, is to waste or utilize as much time as possible as a defense team top floor, I feel like that's going to be in favor of Font, due to the fact of what we saw there on Meeting Hall on Oregon. All the defenders that were topside stayed alive, wasted 2 minutes, fell back to site, and just won the round over time.
It's also important to know that they had well-timed rotations back into the site. We saw Font come back into their bomb sites at about 1 minute 10 seconds on one of their basement defenses, instead of trying to force out a hold of the top floor, which they could have easily done, arguably, but it was calculated, and it ended up resulting in them winning that round.
Agreed, and I mean, that is what we've talked about previously, is the calculation, the communication, and the synergy. Now, we do have everyone in lobby. We're going to get underway here momentarily. We are just waiting for the map to load and operators to get selected. But before we do that, though, before we get into it and show you the rest of the game, we want to point out that this is the second map of this best-of-3 series. The winner moves on to LAN, and the loser, unfortunately, will have to sit the sideline until next season. However, with that, they're still going to play that third, fourth decider match, a third and fourth place decider match, because not only is it potentially a seeding difference to get into LAN if one of the first and second place teams don't get in, but the prize money is also there. Prize money. So we are going to head into the game right now, ladies and gentlemen. Again, this is round number 1 here on Bank, and we're going to be seeing INTZ start on defense, Team Font start on attack.
No big surprises coming out from operator selection here for either of these teams. You could say Doc is a little bit different than what we're used to seeing, especially in the current meta, what with 3 armors being somewhat phased out. But with the lack of a Mira being necessary, and we talked about this before the map actually started, on Bank, Mira is not essential, especially on the basement hole. Because of that, you can bring a different 3 armor if you so choose. And in this case, they have opted to bring Lend on Doc. And I think that's actually a good pick there. You can see Len's going to be playing all the way from the B bomb site. Or sorry, yeah, all the way from the B bomb site. Going to be looking towards the A bomb site. From that angle, he can actually open up 2 holes in the red hallway walls and then establish a nice line of sight onto the attack as they come through that server doorway.
Ooh, a wonderful pick there. That's going to be from Gohan onto FK. He's here on the north windows, facing into the hallway of CEO. You see him rappelling in right there. Wonderful kill after getting some intel from the rest of his team.
Okay, so normally when you have a roamer on that top floor of a basement defense here, that roamer needs to waste at least a minute or a minute and a half.
A minimum of a minute.
Yeah. And he optimally will also get a kill, or at least make it back to site alive. Now, in this instance, that roamer wasted 0 time. He didn't waste any time at all. He got no kills, and he did not make it back to the site. That is really bad for INTZ, and really good for Font. And it's curious that that happened. Yes, it was the droning work, some good droning work from Font, but more importantly, it was just the Font attackers. Okay, we're going to immediately rappel up onto this window and open it up and see what we can see.
Now, I do like this angle here from GCR. He's actually inside of the elevator, looking up towards the elevator hallway on first floor. Now, he won't necessarily get a huge opportunity to get someone, but...
When at the man disadvantage as a defender, you need to try and challenge these slightly less than useful angles in an attempt to get yourself back into even man count. You got to do anything you can, because when it comes to the attackers 5-on-4 pushing into the site, they're going to have a distinct advantage in the ability to just refrag you out. They get 1 kill, they or even if they don't, even if they lose the first guy, they're going to be able to get the next kill, and just keep that train going until their team wins.
Now we do see some of the barbed wire getting destroyed. We hear it there. Cameraman's going to try to open up the far wall of lockers, or sorry, of servers, and it looks as though he'll get gassed out, so he's going to rotate back over and then open up the right side wall, but he sees that, hey, it's bandited. Ash gets the call to open it up. There we go. Now this plant is very standard. What he's going to do is he's going to go in, turn around, faces back towards the A bomb site, and then actually plant down. We see it here right now. He's going to go for this plant. Now the gas grenade needs to come out. He's trying to bait it out.
He's faking it out, but the gas grenades aren't actually coming right now. Oh, here's the first one, I think?
No, we've already seen 1 or 2, but yes, there's another one. It's actually a little far, so Cameraman could go in and get this plant down. Now there's only 2 members left here from INTZ. It's GCR and Len. GCR is going to get removed. Len's last man alive is there. He's going to go for the pick onto Astro. Will take him down for the trade. However, the pistol shots come out, and Ash comes swooping in from the B site, moves in, and then takes the kill down onto Len. We're going to have round 1 go in favor of Font.
And seemingly a continuation of Oregon here, reflected onto Bank, and that we have Font seeming very dominant here over INTZ.
Now it looks as though we are going to go down into the same spot. No, actually, this is saying archives here, if I can read Portuguese correctly.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting choice there for Font if we're opting to go into not the basement. Although it stands to reason. In the past, Team Font has been a little bit more focused on their maneuverability and their options as when it comes to the attack or the defense. Now, in this instance, we will have Font have just that. They are in archives. They can go into the basement as roam. They can go into the top floor as a roam. They can do whatever it is they want to. Whereas when you're defending that basement, a lot of the time we see it be a case that the defenders need to simply anchor onto the bomb site, and that is so constricting. And I don't think that's the gameplay that Font really wants to have here.
Now, like you had said, and we had talked about earlier before we got back underway with this map, is having this top floor control is going to allow them, or is what they need to do if they want to keep the bomb site secure and be able to hold off the attacking squad. And that is what I think Font is going for here. They need to hold on to this top floor, not necessarily for the entire round, but the majority of it.
Yep. I mean, you can hold archives without maintaining that top floor control. It just means that if you choose not to, as a defender, you got to worry about if the attackers have a buck or a sledge. In this instance, we do have a sledge on the attacking team. And if INTZ is able to take control over that CEO, it's going to be a lot of vertical pressure. But to elaborate on that, Font has got such a heavy roam game, it might not actually matter. Because having all these players off the site, they're just going to be itching for a retake. INTZ going to be struggling to trying to find the right... I think they really were a little bit bamboozled by the fact that they're attacking onto an Archives to start things out here. And they might be forcing them to debate their strategy leading into the round. Now, these extra 30 seconds of thinking about where they're going to be attacking is going to play a huge role in this attack, in that it slows it quite a lot down.
Keeping an eye here, Font is still keeping an eye here. We have Astro working his way. He was looking at the patio entrance point into the east skylight lobby. Now this is also where Ninja's located. He's going to go down the stairs, and Gohan is there to pick up the frag. You've got GCR working his way forward now, and he looks like he's going to be taken out of commission by Astro. No, that is FK getting taken out. Now Silence is still trying to push in. GCR still at this top skylight. Lend is right underneath, trying to help hold down the main floor. From behind, Silence gets tagged in the back. Moringa look like he can pop on out with his SMG, or the FMG9. We'll say the SMG11. Their shotgun comes out of the way. Gohan picks up a kill with the MP7, and that is going to be round number 2, going in favor of Font.
And it seems somewhat like a horror story here for INTZ. Font appearing out of nowhere, just forcing out these frags. I mean, we saw that smoke come from stock and just peek aggressively onto the thermite from behind. That means that there's no one from INTZ covering stock room. On a square stairs push, that is a huge risk. And in this instance, it definitely played to the favor of Font and against INTZ. Then, more importantly, when we had INTZ pushing into the top of square stairs, they just got picked off one by one from Font. Font just looking up the stairs and taking those fights. Now, normally, the attackers would have a huge advantage in that engagement. But whatever the case be here, Font is managing to come out on top in situations that they shouldn't.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't want to put words in, or put rounds ahead of rounds here, but if Font continues on the avenue that they are right now with the momentum and the way that they're playing, we could see this go into a 10-0.
Well,
and, I mean,
when I said earlier it seems like a horror story for INTZ, what I meant by that is INTZ is playing scared right now.
Yes.
The momentum is already so much in the favor of Font. It's quite clear to see. The adaptation and the ability to maneuver away from their common attacks for INTZ just doesn't seem to be there. Now, although this strategy, I like this. This might be them trying to step it up here. Going for a little bit of a roam game on this basement hold. We will have INTZ playing aggressively into that small office and Archives. I love those rotation holes. It's not going to slow down the attack from Font, though. Font has already progressed their way into stock, and they're going to be taking control of this main hallway of the top floor. That's already a good portion of the roam game potential cut off for INTZ. However, majority of the INTZ focus is, again, on this middle floor. And they are going to be putting a lot of pressure onto open area.
I feel as though that if Font had droned out, or if they gather a little bit more information as to who's where and how many roamers there are and where they're located, we could have seen an actual push in from Garage, kind of a quick rush, if you will, almost pushing their way into Locker, clearing that out, and then basically just taking almost entire control of that basement floor. Man,
we haven't seen a dedicated Garage take since Season 1. That's been so very long, but it would be really cool to see it happen.
I think part of that is because around Season 2 timeframe is when the update came where the glass of vehicles started getting destroyed.
Yeah, and the funny thing about that is, first kill of the round is going to come out.
Second
Wow.
and third kill here.
All these concurrent kills from Font, and now INTZ, as if by magic, have lost their entire roam game, and Font is going to be pushing straight into the site. It's round over. Font just absolutely decimating in that round.
That is going to be a flawless round leading to, we are now 2 rounds away from a flawless 10-0 series.
In the span of a second, Font took out every single one of INTZ roamers. And then not 1, not 2, but 3 seconds later, they took out the 2 remaining anchors from INTZ.
You know, that reminds me of old school shooter games where you would have a squad that you basically line up. You say, okay, you're going to hit this target, you're going to hit this target, you're going to hit this target, I'm going to hit this one. And then instantly at the sound of a timer, clock of the timer there, you're going to say, shoot, and all 4 go down right away.
You mean like Wildlands?
Yes, basically like that. Like Wildlands, like some other previous games, titles I won't mention, but basically you're just saying at the snap of a finger, shoot, all 4 targets down, all 5 targets, whatever it may be. And that's what it just looked like there.
That is a good comparison. I mean, we've got, let's take a look at the scoreboard, ladies and gentlemen, and yeah, fonts, whatever, but let's take a look at INTZ. We have 1 kill on the INTZ board across 3 rounds for Lent.
Yeah.
And this is what I'm talking about. INTZ is not a bad team. Let's go ahead and touch on this real quick. INTZ is actually quite a good team. They have made their way to playoffs here. They fought hard to get here. They beat out Pain to get here. And they are a strong team. But whatever, I don't know what's going through INTZ's head today, they are playing scared. It is clear as day.
It's a little bit of a Cinderella story, very similar to how we saw Elevate and Team Vitality in the grand finals of the 6 Invitational. I mean, I know that's a sore subject possibly for Team Vitality for those that might be watching, but at the same time, this is kind of what's happened. INTZ, being a very good team, just like Team Vitality, is now
they were just playing scared.
Finding themselves off foot.
Yeah, Elevate definitely put up a dominating performance in that match, but it was still, yeah, you could attribute a lot of it just to Elevate kind of, or sorry, Vitality just kind of being like, oh, well, we don't really know what to do here in this situation.
I mean, it could also be that these two teams, Font and INTZ, know each other so well that Font is just able to counter-strat everything that INTZ is doing. And on top of that, because they're counter-stratting and knowing how the progression of the site is going to go, that they're going to win their engagements more times than not.
Okay, yeah, so, but we do have INTZ clearing out for the roamers, and in contrast to what we had Font doing earlier, there's a very slow clear coming out. And Gohan actually, I think, has managed to completely bypass this roam clear. He's actually alive inside of storage right now. INTZ is not aware of this. That's going to give Gohan a great opportunity later in the round to get the flank on whenever it is INTZ positions themselves to take into either of the bomb sites.
Now,
This is very dangerous here for INTZ. Uh-oh.
Gohan might be getting a kill here onto, that is Silence. His right side is going to be flanked by FK, and Silence going to be on his left. He's just going to wait for that perfect opportunity, waiting for some sound cues, because there's not much of a camera sense up here, unless Mav was able to tuck the camera away.
He's got to be wary of his laser sight giving him
Oh,
away.
he got one. He goes for another. He's a little close, but he tags the second kill. Gohan making great use of being undetected. He's now going to drop most likely down into the middle dorms or middle offices, possibly coming up behind Lens. GCR tags that kill to Gohan. That's going to be the trade. However, the damage has been done. Silence and FK have been taken off the board, and that is Gohan walking away with a smile.
Yeah, and he really should have only got that 1 kill. The refrag not coming out by that Habana is detrimental here for INTZ.
Now we are going to have Astro, who is on the top floor, or sorry, main floor, looking in towards Skylight server stairs. I believe we saw Len making his way around. The shots from Cameraman, though, that will go onto Ninja. He's going to get injured, and GCR takes his drone over towards the red vault area. GCR working his way down the staircase here. He's looking in towards Red Hall, won't see anybody. Moves his drone back, and from server, we are going to see Len drop on in, and looks as though Ninja will have to bleed out for the moment. Gas grenades coming on through. GCR is going to get the blind shot onto Moringa and then get traded down over here. And I believe that was going to be in the final round. Final kills from Cameraman will finish off the round. That's going to be round number 4, going in favor of Team Font. They are now 1 round away from a total annihilation shutdown in a 10-0 fashion and taking that first land spot from the Latin American Pro League.
I really feel bad about talking about it, but the reason INTZ lost that round is just completely devoid of coordination. There was not a thorough drone game going out. They did not try to establish control over all of the roamers at the top floor before pushing their way into the middle floor and then later the bottom floor, and that's why Gohan was allowed to run outside of storage and get that double kill. After that, I mean, they lost their Habana early on to Gohan, so they didn't have the ability to open up the majority of the important drop downs into the basement, and because of that, they were forced to come in through abnormal lanes 1 by 1, and they could have just tried to hop breach something, but no, the last 3 of them just, again, 1 by 1 came in through their own individual lanes and got picked off.
Yeah, INTZ's INTZ's attack and defense right now is just deteriorating. We are not...
This is not the INTZ that we're used to seeing.
It's definitely not, and I want to say there's going to need to be some kind of Hail Mary, some kind of just instant turnaround for INTZ to even get a grasp at trying to come back here.
I think they have the ability to do it. They have the skill. INTZ, again, we talked about it before, they're a good team. Just something's going on in their heads right now, preventing them from really stepping to Font. However, at the same time, we all know that Font is very strong as a squad. A lot of people would argue probably one of the better teams coming out of the Latin American region. So still a domineering performance coming from them.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give props to Team Font. Again, this is the squad that made it all the way to the 6th Invitational in February. They made it to the semifinals.
Yeah, they had a great performance.
They played, I think they beat Era Eternity. No, they did not beat Era Eternity. They beat one of the teams there in the 6th Invitational, get themselves into the semis, and then ultimately they lost to Continuum.
Yeah.
But Continuum went on to win it.
Wow, what a shot there by Gohan onto FK to start things off for Font. It's looking like it's going to be their final round here on this map, in this series. But there's still potential for INTZ to make the comeback happen, as Font has yet to clear out this top floor. GCR is going to be playing inside that main hallway, and Astro's just looking for the opportunities. Lend with a nice C4 kill onto Moringa. That's a nice refrag for INTZ. They really did need that. It's also going to be the Habana. So half of the wall destructibility for reinforcements are going to be off the board.
Some window shots are going to come through and land under the right shoulder of Len. He's now just huddled in between the boxes of Archives. He gets taken out by Sledge. That's going to be Mav picking up the kill there, picking up the frag. A 3-on-4 now. Mav's going to hop on top of the drone as Ninja gets a trade onto Gohan. That's Ass getting taken out of commission. Now a 3-on-3. Still a little bit of time here, about over a third left. Silence using that 9mm Frost SMG to take out the shots onto Mav. Cameraman, however, has snuck his way into the bomb site. He's going to get the diffuser planted after removing Silence from play. 2-on-2, and the diffuser will get planted. GCR is going to come from the right. We're going to have Ninja come from the left. Shots pre-fired here from GCR will then land under the head of Cameraman. There's only one man left. It's going to be Astro. They need to push on down. He's got to stop Ninja from getting the plant. From getting the destruction. He's going to tag one. Can he tag the other? No, he can't. There's going to be plenty of time here for GCR to destroy the diffuser, and the 10-0 flawless win has not gone under wraps. We are going to have INTZ securing one round at least in this series.
And that was the first round in this entire match that we have seen a definitive, like, that INTZ actually tried to fight back in this match. They got, and I think you could really just chalk it up entirely to the fact that INTZ kept going for those refrags, and they got them. And a nice clutch there at the end from GCR to bring it back. Also, overall, the Font attack was kind of lackluster. I mean, hey, let's take control over top square stairs and then just push our way into Archives. That is very dangerous. It's very single. It's just one direction you're pushing in there, and you're not clearing out the roam game whatsoever.
It looked a little sloppy, I think, from Team Font. Less coordinated than we've seen in the past 9 rounds. And it shows. I mean, INTZ picked up the round there. And although, albeit it did come down to a 1-on-1 diffuser planter, or a 2-on-1, however you want to call it. But still, I feel as though there was a little lacking there. Something lacking from Team Font on that last round.
I feel like they're getting just a little bit too cocky, understanding that they are in a significant lead. Such a significant lead that they really don't have to think at all about winning these rounds, to be honest.
Maybe cocky wouldn't be the rest. I think comfortable. Kind of, they're getting complacent in some
Complacent, sure. That's yeah, absolutely. That's a good word to use to describe where they are right now. But I'm sure after that loss, they're going to be stepping it up here. They are going to be defending the Archives, I believe that is, and putting a lot of focus here on the CEO, trying to defend this top floor, delay that vertical game coming from INTZ. There is no Buck or Sledge on the INTZ attack. If there are breaching charges from FK on that Twitch, then it shouldn't matter too much, but that's still a lot of destruction that they're forfeiting there on that soft floor.
And it also takes a lot more time as well to place those breaching charges.
Yeah,
as opposed to just
it's also
out the
risky
hammer.
Because of the C4 potential.
Yep.
If there are cameras in that CEO office, then we will have Mav rotate downstairs at C4 from below, or he could just C4 from the storage room, which he is staying in right now. Interesting that that mirror window has been opened up. That might have actually been from FK using his prep phase Twitch drone to open it up early in the round, which actually will play a little bit against Font on their roam game upstairs. But the thing about that mirror window, we talked about this earlier, is if your mirror window gets opened up and it's not on a crucial part to hold the site, just fall off of it. It's fine. It's no big deal. Silence going to get the first kill of the round onto Astro. That is a huge player to have gone for Font. INTZ has got to be feeling very confident about this round now, having him off the board.
And now Silence did walk away from that engagement, limping away. He's got about 3, 4, maybe 5 health left, so 1 bullet will take him out. But, I mean, you still have a gun in hand, you still got bullets in your weapon. You still got the kill potential, unlike Astro.
Font also has that C4 playing on mute, and he's going to be waiting for that vertical C4 using those cameras. We are seeing Mav trying to, he's stressing a little bit about that stock room take that we are seeing INTZ push on in through. FK is going to be the player to try and take out that Valkyrie.
So FK's here outside of the stock room in by the soda machine hallway. He does have Mav on one side, but he's not even going to get across there because Moringa whipped out the SMG-11 to finish off FK. 4 on 4 now, getting the trade there from Astro, which was previously taken out. 45 seconds to go. Ooh, Moringa gets a shot, almost landing onto the side there of Ninja. However, Mav's going to try to challenge this as well. He will be taken out there. Ninjas come sweeping around. The trade comes down. Moringa walks away successfully in that engagement. A 3 on 2 now with 30 seconds left. Cameraman holding a right angle, a 90-degree angle here as Silence is just huddled inside of the office. Again, 1 bullet from this Vector will finish him off.
Yeah, one of the highest rate of fire SMGs in the game, going up against Silence on 1 HP. GCR, meanwhile, going to be that backup player. With 15 seconds left to go, they need to make this push. Silence going to get taken out by the C4. It's all down to GCR. Now in a 1 versus 2 as he takes out Cameraman. A good start there. The Claymore will take out Moringa, but no! Gohan locks out GCR, and it will be Font walking away with a 5-1 victory and 2 maps to 0 in this best of 3.
There we have it. That is going to be Team Font securing the first Latin American Pro League land spot. And job well done. A 10-1 victory over their opponents of INTZ Gaming. And just well deserved. I mean, they were at the top of their game today, just falling short 1 round from having that flawless 10-0.
Yeah, Team Font definitely on point, and something was going on with INTZ. Obviously, props to Team Font, but I gotta know what was going through INTZ's heads there, because they, again, are a very skilled team who have proved themselves by making it to the playoffs. And I expected to see this go to the 3rd map, if I'm gonna be completely honest. So having it be such a dominating victory in the favor of Font is a little bit weird.
I mean, we talked about it at the very beginning of this evening and how the community, the polls, were favoring Team Font. This time they were right.
Yeah.
Last night, they weren't that correct. I mean, we saw, I think, some 60. I've even seen some polls at 70% in favor of Elevate, and Excellence just said, we don't care what the poll is. But we are going to take a look at some of the highlights here from our 2 maps this round, or this series, starting here on Oregon. Again, this was a 5-0 flawless victory for Team Font. Astro, again, just proving how versatile and how effective he is.
I mean, just overall, everybody from Font really was stepping. I mean, Gohan, I think he had about 10 kills on that last map. He really did put in some work for his team. Just look at this roam right here from Gohan. This shouldn't have worked. By all accounts, it should not have worked for Gohan. He should have been droned out, collapsed upon by both of those 2 attackers, and it should have cost him and his team 1 player and a lot of control. But that's not what happened. Something happened in the INTZ lineup. They didn't drone out storage for whatever reason, and because of that, they got caught off guard.
It almost feels like it's just, I don't know if it is playoff jitters or a funk that they were in. I mean, we talked about it last night in the North American scene. We had talked in some interviews about how the mental capacity, the mental preparation on, okay, we've been to LAN, we know that this is what to expect, this is how to prepare, we don't have those jitters, it's just another game day for us. INTZ doesn't necessarily have that same confidence, do they?
Arguably, they have more. I mean, the guys live in a gaming house. You know, they compete in the Latin American, Brazilian scene, which has more LAN events than any other scene technically. So I'm sure they've got the experience. It's probably just going up against what was formerly known as Dex, now known as Fawn, is kind of a monster team, and you know, widely considered to be one of the top teams coming out of Latin America. And I think that the pressure really just got to INTZ in this one particular instance.
Yep. So there it is, ladies and gentlemen. That is going to be our first series under wraps. We're going to head to another break here while we get our final two teams, our final series of the evening underway. So please stick around for a few more moments while we get everything set up, and we'll be back here in just a few short minutes. Stay tuned. welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are on week number 6 for the Latin American Pro League Siege, or for Rainbow Six Siege here. My name is Sean Bloodbath Rosenbaum. Here is Kickstar, and we just witnessed what would be considered a very quick and dominating 10-1 victory.
Quick,
for,
maybe.
Quick.
We had a couple rehosts in the middle of that match, and I just want to apologize on behalf of everyone here for those rehosts. It's obviously not our intention. Also, a little bit of a delay in between the two matches, but we're here, back, and ready to get into the second one.
Yes, we did have just a little bit of an extended break, as some of you may have noticed, just for the fact of trying to make sure that everything's going to run smoothly for this next series. Now, talking about this next series, it's going to be between two teams which are seemingly the most prominent, or most well-known, we'll say, for those that have recently been watching the grand scheme of Rainbow Six Siege Pro League. These are the two teams that made it out of the Latin American scene into the Season 1 finals, or Season 1 LAN finals, here in Katowice, Poland last season.
And now only one of them is going to get to make it to this next season's finals. And that will be decided today in this match, which is why it's predicted to be one of the closer matches we're seeing coming out of the Latin American scene here for the Rainbow Six Pro League.
Yep. Now we are going to take a look here at our rosters, starting with Black Dragons. Black Dragons is the team formerly known as V3 Masters during Season 1 of previously or earlier on this year. They are now here known as Black Dragons. We have Psycho, Kamikaze, 9X, PZD, and Ty.
Yeah, and across the board, each and every one of these players, I mean, this is one of the teams that is very well-rounded as a squad. We see from a lot of different squads, such as their opponents that we'll talk about later, there's a particular player that the team tends to pivot around. In this instance, it is kind of centered around, like, it's pretty much everybody. Now, I have heard from a couple of a couple of my different Brazilian friends that Kamikaze is one of those players that you're going to want to keep an eye on, and that he is usually the sort of what you could say as like a Nesk sort of player on the team. But at the same time, he's just a little bit, he still fits himself into the team role. He still plays as a unit with the rest of his squad.
Yeah, and looking here at the operators with Kamikaze and 9X, we typically will see either a Glaz or a Blackbeard favorite operator. Here on this lineup of 5, we're seeing a Glaz and a Blackbeard, and I think this goes to show us about how the transition from Glaz earlier on this season to now the Blackbeard being more prominent, more the chosen operator, and it looks as though 9X has picked up that role.
Yeah, and Glaz still making his way onto Kamikaze there. I mean, this is an example of one of those teams that is still somewhat trying to, differentiate themselves when it comes to their operator selection and have options and different strategies for takes. And I like that Kamikaze is going to, try to be that little bit of a different player, having the Glaz play. I mean, Glaz used to be, as we all know, one of the most dominant attackers on the lineup, and that he could see through those smokes and had a very powerful weapon. Now it's seen a little bit of a nerf. The weapon's seen a little bit of a nerf, and he's seen a little bit less play, especially in the North American European region. But I still think that Black Dragon's trying to hold on to that and work him in when possible. I think it makes sense. I think it works well for them.
I think if Black Dragons manages to make it to LAN, having this versatility of playing Glaz or bringing Glaz into some of their strategies is going to give them an upper hand, because in the European and in the North American scene, it's Blackbeard 24/7. You don't see Glaz anymore. Very rarely, I'll say.
Yeah.
And here, if they're able to bring that Glaz meta back into something that is a working strategy, it is something that I think could lend them a little opportunity, or a little, we'll call it pocket strategy, if they will.
I think that not only is the Glaz going to be useful, but also just the smokes by themselves, because, Glaz has smokes. Also, Jackal has smokes. Sometimes we'll see a Jackal and smoke duality play. And having those smokes, actually, because not many teams do have smokes on their lineup anymore, I think that is going to give you a little bit of a leg up, more options in maneuverability. But let's take a look at the BRK roster, which is going to be their opponents for this match today. BRK Esports is going to consist of Zig, Yuke, Juan, Nesk, and Julio. This is, of course, the team which was previously known as Black Dragons, which is the team we were just talking about. There's been, of course, a little bit of an organizational shift when it comes to these two squads. Both of them made it to the LAN of the last season, and again, now only one will make it today. Now, as you all know, I think Nesk is probably the most famous Latin American player coming out from the entire scene as a whole, and he's going to be playing here on BRK. He's going to be picking up that Ashe and Valkyrie combo, although in the last match we did see him play Jaeger instead of Valkyrie.
Yeah, we saw him trade off, and I think it was One who picked up the Valkyrie play, and I had to say, I think he stepped up his game and he changed it up a bit, and that's one of the things I like, because oftentimes we talk about, okay, Nesk is one of the core players on the team that if you take him out, you're likely to increase your odds of winning.
But those other 4 players are such a good unit aside from him that we do see, like, even if he gets taken out, we do see them really step it up, and that's why BRK have made their way here to the playoffs instead of getting eliminated in the group stage. I mean, arguably, when you put all this pressure on a one player, even if he's the best player in the world, you're still putting too much onto all your eggs in one basket. It's just not a good bet.
That's what I was saying, is I think BRK Esports recognized that, said, okay, the team we're going to be going up against believes Nesk is going to play Valkyrie. They then rotated Nesk off, put him on Jaeger, and that's why we saw one pick up the Valk play. And I think that is what helped them win the previous game, is giving those operator selection choices different, because, let's face it, Nesk plays Valk different than how one would play Valk.
True. That is going to be BRK Esports and our 2 teams that will be playing in this match.
Now, it's like you had mentioned earlier, one of these teams will make it to LAN, one will not. I think it's worth noting that the previous team, Santos Dexterity, now known as Team Font, they made it to the LAN event at the 6th Invitational. Both of these teams made it to the LAN event last season. So we're going to have teams that the world community knows, we'll say, making it to LAN. One of these teams, plus Team Font, will make it to that LAN event. Yeah,
the only upset in terms of world community knowing that could have possibly happened would have been if INTZ won over Font, but that did not happen. No, that very decidedly did not happen.
So that is going to be our roster. Let's head into the map bans now, as these 2 teams are ready to begin. Again, if you weren't here earlier, we'll explain the map bans and how they unfold. 9 maps are in the pool. The teams are going to ban maps back and forth until there's only 3 maps left. The then pick phase will begin. BRK Esports will pick the first map, and followed up by the second map being chosen by Black Dragons. Third map will be that decider map in this best-of-3 series. First map to get banned out is Oregon, which...
Counter pick,
yeah. Coastline is just we don't want to play that kind of map.
Also a counter pick. BRK, BRK strategized and worked out Coastline. We saw them play it in the decider match in the previous week, and they were very proficient on Coastline. You could tell that they had practiced it a lot. Also a counter pick, Border being banned out against Black Dragons. That makes a lot of sense. Black Dragons has had a pretty good showing on it so far. Interesting that we're seeing so many counter picks instead of just, hey, let's go ahead and bring them here and let's counter strat them. That does attest to the versatility of the Latin American scene as a whole. Most of these teams are pretty good at adapting on the fly. Skyscraper being banned out, that could just be pure preference, unless they know something we don't know about BRK. And maybe BRK also practiced on Skyscraper.
There's the Clubhouse ban. The last and final ban, I want to say, is either going to be Consulate or Cafe. Those are kind of the 2 that I feel might go up in the air here for Black Dragons. I do feel like Chalet is going to make it through the end. There's the Cafe ban. Consulate, Chalet, and Bank. We'll trade out Consulate and Oregon, and that would have been the same 3 lineup that we had in the last series. So that means we will see one of the same maps, whether it be Bank, or actually it could be Chalet too that we see. Let's get underway with the pick phase momentarily. But does anything surprise you about these 3 maps?
Not anything. Having Bank in there, somewhat different than what we're used to seeing. We did, of course, see it played in the previous match, but it is still abnormal of the overall scope of the Pro League. And it's... But, you know, it's forgivable and it's understandable as well, because these teams obviously have practiced Bank and they're going to be ready to play on it.
Yeah, I feel as though the Latin American scene has picked up Bank with a more welcoming sense than the other regions.
Oh, absolutely. We see more Bank play in Latin America than any other region by far and away.
Now, with this, BRK Esports is going to be the first team to select their starting map, the first map to be played in this series. They're going to go with Consulate, which honestly does not surprise either of us, because it is one of the most, we'll call it, balanced maps in terms of defense and the viability of the bomb sites.
Not just in terms of defense, but just overall. It's one of the most well-balanced maps in the game. I mean, there's opportunities for the attackers and the defenders both. It really just comes down to the team playing on it and seizing those opportunities. And I think that's why you'll have a BRK picking it right here out the gate. I'm curious to see, though, what we're going to have Black Dragons choose to pick, because I don't know if they want to bring it to Bank. Yeah, no, they're going to choose Chalet instead of Bank, and I think that's probably the right choice there for Black Dragons.
I want to say it is. I mean, Bank, as well as, I mean, all of these maps here have very strong roam games. Chalet in particular, as well as Consulate, but Bank is one of those maps that, due to its size, makes the roam game that much more important. It makes it that much more tougher to try to drone it out and clear out all the roamers or said lurkers.
We saw Gohan stay inside of storage in the last map, in the last match, and get a double kill because nobody droned him out.
Twitch and Hambana. Just gone.
You know, this is another thing we talked about earlier, why we are seeing Jackal brought to bank on attack is because he is so useful. He would have saved 2 lives that round if they had just had a Jackal.
Just said, hey, there he is, marked him. Now he did have his fall through hole, or his fail safe, we'll say, is his fallback into the open area. But again, all you have to do is get him out of that position, at least identify him, and you would have cleared it out. But again, Bank's going to be the decider match, so let's talk about Consulate a little bit. We do talk about it quite often because it is played. It's made its way up into one of the top 3 maps played throughout all the regions this Pro League. And with that being said, we identified it yesterday when we saw Consulate get played. I think it was between Vertical Gaming and Flipside, on how the Latin American scene tends to, on a basement hold, tends to keep that bathroom on the first floor their own, the defense. They tend to put the mirror window in there and keep a hold, clear out, basically maintain control of that piano room from the bathroom.
Yeah, we saw Flipside attempt that as well a couple times, but it didn't work out so well for them. I think the meta shift overall for Consulate between all of the different regions, Europe, North America, and Latin America, the meta shift has seen everyone kind of want to go back into the basement, which is kind of interesting because the reason people shifted off of the basement, this was before even Mira came out. People shifted off of the basement because they were struggling holding with the garage wall. As soon as Thermite opens up the garage wall, then the defenders didn't know how to hold against that. And you know, Echo and Mira, of course, are going to help that a lot. But is it enough, especially considering when you have to factor in the Habana opening up all of your drop-downs as well, and the attackers inherently taking that top 4 control? Now we see, of course, from the Latin American scene and a couple other scenes, of course, the European and the North Americans kind of trying the bathroom holdout, holding that bathroom with the mirror window, using a smoke or a Valkyrie or what have you, to try and delay that vertical potential from the attackers for as long as possible. And it's seen some use, especially in the Latin American scene. I think it's actually been somewhat successful, but out of the other regions, it's just not been utilized correctly, maybe, or maybe it's just countered perfectly. Whatever the case be, it ends up being kind of just the defenders giving up a kill and wasting a mirror window on the top floor. And it's going to be interesting how it is BRK chooses and Black Dragons choose to try and hold this bomb site. Are they going to try and go for that aggressive mirror window in the bathroom? Or are they going to just anchor onto the site? And apart from that, again, interestingly, the North American region, how we've seen meta shift from top floor defense down to basement, the secondary bomb site in North America was almost entirely first floor. Yeah. So what's going to happen here with these two teams? Are they going to go for the top floor? Or are they, you know, what's the plan is the question.
Now, talking about that bottom bomb site inside a garage in the kitchen, we see from time to time some teams decide, let's push in from the server's hallway. Let's push in towards kitchen and towards the middle corridor. In what we talk about how it's very similar to like pushing in the back way of Oregon. It's not necessarily the most feasible, the most viable. Why do we see teams push in from that avenue, and what can they do to basically increase their odds of making that a successful push?
Well, I think it's just a strat. It's just something they've organized. They thought, okay, well, listen, we're dealing with this. We're facing this problem when we're going in through the garage, when we're going in through this, we're trying to take control of piano. When we're going for that attack, we're facing this problem, and we can't figure out how to bypass this problem. So you know what? Let's go over here instead. And when they're pushing in from the back hallway, when the locker's hallway, and the only thing they really need to do to make that successful attack is to open up those drop downs and still maintain that vertical pressure. And we saw, I can't remember the instance I'm referencing here, but there was an instance whereby two different teams were going against each other. They were attacking onto the basement, and the team that simply attacked through Locker's hallway, just tried to push themselves into the site, was completely unsuccessful. They got stopped. And then the team that on the next round, the team that went the opposite team, they attacked through that same exact avenue. However, they also had control of the drop downs, both the ones in the A bomb site and the B bomb site, and they were utilizing those to pressure onto the defense as they pushed in to the site and the hallway into a small office. And with that unison of an attack, they then won that round. So it just comes down to maintaining that vertical pressure that you would if you're attacking through the garage. You're just coming from a little bit more of a confined space. It's the same thing as a garage push, just two hallways.
guess the same could be said, though. Like I said, I mentioned it kind of correlating itself to Oregon and pushing from the red tower downstairs. It would be the same as if you're going to take control of Meeting Hall and cover the drop hatches, or if you're not, and you're just going to push in through red tower and blue hall.
Yeah, and you open up those drop downs, you flash down in the mirror that's looking towards the hallway, or you open up the mirror from the drop down, or you just lay down smokes from the drop down. I mean, there's so many options that open up for you when you have that vertical control as the attackers.
Now, that is the basement bomb site. You said in the North American scene that we tend to see, and possibly the European scene, we tend to see the first floor bomb site being somewhat, arguably, the next preferred bomb site as opposed to the top.
In VG versus F3, I think it was the secondary bomb site for both teams, and it was somewhat interesting to me that both of the teams wanted to try and keep themselves as low to the ground as possible, as opposed to past metas where it used to be so focused on the top floor. And you might attribute that to the resurgence of Blackbeard, bringing him back into the meta, because Blackbeard is so useful on that top floor attack. You could put him on the B windows, you could put him on the A balcony, and wherever you decide to put him, he's going to just all the pressure onto the defenders. There's not much ability for rotation and maneuverability.
You're right. I mean, that's what the role that Glass used to play. Now it's Blackbeard here, just trying to hold down corridors, hold down avenues and rotation points. And like you said, you can either put him on the connector window. We've seen him up on bathroom window from time to time. Typically, that's another support operator. But for the most part, it's either the balcony, the connector windows, or the corner office windows. And ultimately, those are the three cutoff points for rotations, and that's one of the reasons why I agree with you. I don't think we're going to see a lot of that top four play.
Well, we might. I mean, for these two teams, the Brazilian scene doesn't have Blackbeard in their top 5 picked operators for attack. And that's why I'm thinking we're going to see a different meta from these two squads as opposed to what we've been seeing out of North America and Europe. And I think we will likely see that top floor because they just don't play Blackbeard nearly as much. They do play Blackbeard. It's just not as much as North America. I think North America's at like 90%.
Do you think, seeing as how these two teams have been to the world stage, they've made connections with the European and the North American teams and the players, that they have more of a potential to be, we'll call it, in line or more accustomed to the meta of Europe and of North America?
I think it gives them more tools to deal with those metas, and I think that, of course, they're going to be taking a couple things from the North American and European metas, as you know, each and every one of these regions have their own unique traits that give them a slight edge. And if you can take those tools and work them into your play, that's great. That's dandy. But I do think that both of them are going to start. Both Black Dragons and BRK are going to stay true to themselves and the Latin American meta as they have in the past.
Now, like we said, Consulate is our first map. Our second map is going to be on Chalet, and our third and final map is going to be on
Bank.
Bank. I was about to say Border. It's Bank. Now,
understandable.
Yes.
Border's seen much more play in this season.
With B's, yeah. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to get underway here momentarily with our game. But first, let's reiterate the importance of this game. Now, the previous series was between INTZ Gaming and
Font.
I almost said BRK for some reason. No, it was between Team Font and INTZ Gaming. Team Font walked away, secured that first spot to LAN. This series is going to dictate who is going to secure that second spot in Cologne, Germany at Gamescom for another LAN event. And here we're about to get underway. Consulate's going to be our map. Let's file in and see exactly what operators are going to be chosen. It's going to start off with Black Dragons on attack, and BRK Esports will be on defense. Bomb site looking like it's going to be inside of the garage and kitchen to kick off round number 1.
And we do have Blackbeard coming out for the attack, and there's that Echo on defense. We talked about how Echo is so useful for this hold. You actually really need him to deny the diffuser plant inside of White, or in front of White Van, after the attackers open up that garage wall. Which might be the goal, might not be the goal of the attackers here. They have brought Thermite to the board. However, there is no Thatcher, which might slow down their attack just a little bit. They have a Twitch, which can still get those batteries if they're simply pre-placed. They also have an Ash who can open up the floor inside a piano without actually going into piano and get those batteries while she's repelling on the piano windows.
One of the things that we saw previously on Consulate has been a very high top-down approach, where we've seen Blackbeard up on the corner office window holding a flank while we have operators from the attacking squad moving in from the
admin.
The admin. I almost said archives. The admin room upstairs. Is that what? Are we going to see that kind of roam game? We're going to see Nesk up top.
Well, based upon the fact that we do have a Blackbeard here on Black Dragons right now, it's entirely possible. I think we will see that focus on that clear from the top down. As you can see here, PZD starting an admin right now. He's going to be pushing his way and doing exactly what you were just talking about. That east to west clear from the top to the bottom. And they will be contending with Yuke. And I'm not sure if there's another roamer right now, but at least Yuke will be roaming to try and stop this roam clear.
I want to say 9 has already either fallen off of the roof or has already met an engagement. He's been injured. It looks as though he's about to get picked back up by a teammate. There is 50 health left on him.
Maybe he got spawn peeked and he reset himself. I'm not sure what happened there. I'm just going to assume that he got spawn peeked, took a little bit too much damage, and tried to go for the reset, because it doesn't really fit into 9XT's repertoire that he would make a mistake like that right now early in this match.
PCD is going to move on forward. Now inside of the bathroom is going to be Bandit. He's going to escape with his life, just moving on over to the yellow stairs. However, we will have Nesk on the left side inside of the corner office cubby. Looks as though this collapse, this colliding, this crossfire that we're going to see between Yuke and Nesk might lead in favor to pick off PZD.
One's going to use the C4 there, just going to pre-place it, wait for the opportune moment to detonate it, and try and take out one of the attackers. Yuke with an aggressive roam into this spiral desk in the main lobby is going to get droned out and opt to fall back into piano. This is a good call here by Yuke. Now you can see here BRK successfully wasting quite a lot of time here. The attackers have not got garage open, nor do they have enough control to really actually attack into the bomb site. They are all just slowly progressing their way down into these locker hallways. Seems like it's going to be another one of those locker hallway attacks. Kamikaze is going to be opening up that wall, that door and barbed wire to give some visibility to the attackers. Julio is going to be spotted out here by PCD. He might get pre-fired. No, he will escape.
He's going to skedaddle on out from away from pipes. I don't think garage has gotten opened up just yet.
Nope.
I think Ty's still working.
Oh, the miss!
There it is. Now the garage will get opened up, and PCD unfortunately not able to get that mirror window opened. Ty taking that 5.56 to Nesk. That's going to be the first kill of this round. Now there's 30 seconds left to go. Julio is going to pick up a kill out into PCD. Ty gets another double frag, and we're going to have Psycho get one kill of his own there onto Yuke. Last man alive is going to be Zig. He comes down out of the middle office there, tries to get a kill onto Psycho. He does, tags one onto Kamikaze. It's now a 1-on-2. He still has his mirror window, but it's already been opened up, and therefore the shots will come through for 9XT, and we will have Zig fall. That's going to be round 1, going into the hands of Black Dragon.
What a collapse there from Black Dragons. They didn't simply commit themselves to a locker hallway take. They also pushed in through the main garage, albeit late in the round. However, that caught, as you could see there, BRK quite a bit off guard. They were not expecting the pressure to be coming from that big garage so late. Because of that, their defense fell apart as they were looking both ways in unison. Now, Black Dragons, they will be going onto their own defense, and it will be into the same bomb site, this basement garage hold. They are going to be bringing a mute to the field, and that's going to be an attempt to try and slow down that drone game just as much as possible. Also, it might be put onto the main garage, as there is no bandit here for a Black Dragons. Now, you have to imagine, actually, that bringing a mute rather than a bandit is probably the right call, as he will give you one more C4. Of course, Bandit can bring C4, but why would you if you can bring barbed wire? He will have one C4, which can, get you some good vertical play, and any of the attackers coming from above. More importantly, mute jammers are more useful than batteries when it comes to not focusing entirely on denying somebody thermiting a wall. And that's probably not going to be the main focus of the mute.
Yeah, we've seen mute used quite often on console, especially for hiding the location of the roamers on the top floor and as well as middle floor. And in particular, on this hold that we're seeing Black Dragons set up is going to be used to stop drones from getting into the bathroom, getting into the piano room easily, because that's going to be where we see the hold coming out of Black Dragons. And we are going to have Julio move inside of the our admin office, and we're looking at, looks as though that's going to be Psycho gets spotting out.
I really like how this is a basement hold, and we have a Valkyrie roaming all the way up in the admin office, really committing to where he knows the attack is going to be coming from. And he's exactly correct. It's going to give Julio second thoughts about where it is he wants to enter into the building. Is he going to try and commit to this admin take, or will he simply rotate? Meanwhile, Nesk is going to read into that and assume there are no roamers close to the west side, and he is correct as Zig drones it out for him. Now it's going to be a shift from BRK. They were initially coming from the east, now from the west, and they have actually trapped the Black Dragons roamers up in the admin office, who are going to have to fight their way out tooth and nail to come out on top.
It's going to come down to the gunfight here because Black Dragons knows the drones are coming out. We already see Yuke up the Visa stairwell. And unfortunately, though, like you said, Black Dragons roamers have been spotted out. They have been quartered out. And we are going to see them not unable to get back to site. We just watched Garage get opened up there by Zig. That's the majority of the garage getting opened as Yuke now inside of the top floor, dropping down to reception area. A soft drop hatch, an unusual soft drop there in the kitchen.
BRK still struggling with this roam game that they know exists. They're waiting for their opportune moment to take out the player inside a bathroom. Meanwhile, PCD's going to take out one. That's the Blackbeard off the board. That is huge kill there for the defenders. Blackbeard not going to be able to win any of those definitive engagements anymore.
It sounded like a C4 got tossed up and hurt Yuke just a little bit. He's down to about 60, 70 health. Looks like a drop. Oh, no, that would have been just Julio hopping off of the yellow column to move on over behind the van. 9XT still looking over towards pipes, right towards Zake, who's causing a lot of distraction, allowing Yuke, Nesk, and Julio to move around. Now, somehow magically, we have Psycho able to get back onto site undetected, unharmed. However, 9XT not so lucky. Same with Kamikaze. PCD's going to get a trade on a Yuke, though. 3-on-3 still. 15 seconds up to go. Psycho still trying to hold down the fort. Zig picks up a 5.56 kill as Nesk also takes out the shots there onto PCD. Psycho, last man alive, will go down by Julio.
Almost the same attack there from BRK that Black Dragons played last round, which was take control of the roam game, then pivot around the entire bomb site, come from lockers and main garage, and push in unison. A full collapse. I love the coordination from both these teams on those attacks. Now, BRK unsuccessful in their first defense of the garage. They are going to go back into the same bomb site again, try to force this out. Very clearly, both these teams heavily favor this bomb site. You got to imagine, though, if BRK loses this defense, we're going to see Black Dragons try to go somewhere else on their next.
I would assume so. I don't like, as much as this bottom bomb site seems to be the preferred site for these teams, they have other strategies for every other bomb site here, and so it's optional for them to change it up and go either mid floor or top floor.
We'll see exactly who it is who wins their first defense here, only on round number 3 now. 2 attack wins thus far, 1 for each team. BRK, last time they were here, they put a mirror window onto that big garage. Are they going to do that again? So last time, it actually didn't do very much in the favor of the defenders. It did slow down the thermite opening up that garage wall whatsoever.
Yeah, and you talked about how sometimes it's viable to place the mirror window middle, lower section of the garage wall, and that way you can throw impact grenades or C4, whatever it may be, to get rid of Hibana charges or thermite charges. But I think that was a standing mirror window we saw Zig place down.
Black Dragons just looking for the roamers right now, starting to clear them out for their opportunities to get some kills and get that early man advantage. We've seen from both these teams the roam games to be very successful in defaulting back into the site. It usually comes down to a 5-on-5 on the bomb site. So if it were the case that Yuke or whomever it is that other roamer is that you can see right on the crosshair of PZD manages to die here, I would be very surprised.
I think one of the reasons that mirror window may go on the front of garage is due to the fact that now that is a point of contention as to whether or not the attackers are going to decide to use, if they brought Hibana, use it onto the side garage walls, or actually go and open up that mirror window, because that's then going to use up one of those 3 charges. And if they decide to go on the left or the right side of the mirror window, that mirror window is still viable. They can still play that central point. If not, then they've used up one of the 3 Hibana charges, and that's going to allow for a smaller entry hole, or they're just going to use it to open up the entire front garage.
9XT is going to take out Yuke, and it's all down to Nesk on this roam now. He's going to be the last one on this top floor. He is, I believe, undetected, but no! Kamikaze will spot him out and finish him off. It's a 3-on-5 now. BRK Not looking very good in this round. Might be another attack victory here for Black Dragons.
Yeah, Black Dragons showing that they know how to clear out the roamers. We saw the spots out. We actually saw the majority of Black Dragons head upstairs and clear out those roamers. What a fabulous job they've just done. 50 seconds left on the board, and they've got plenty of time to just collapse on the remaining defenders here, bunkered down inside of the garage and the kitchen. PZD's going to drone down the circle stairs as we've got, I believe that's going to be 9XT working this way.
He hits the shot this time.
Wonderful job. That was, again, a successful knock on the oxygen tank of that mirror window. Looks like kitchen drop hatch will get opened up as Ty will finish up the garage wall. And now we've got plenty of openings here. Zig's gonna tag one, looks on over, he goes for the shotgun kill there on a Ty. Magically takes it on over. Can he smack another one onto PZD? He hits once but misses the full target. And now that's gonna be a 2-on-3. This could be a nice collapse here by BRK. He's gonna get one kill, get traded out. One snags another. And there's only one man left alive standing as Ty has been injured. And the round will go into the favor of the defenders. BRK Esports, they win round 3 just by the lack of time here. Wonderful collapse, and unfortunately, Black Dragons just wasted too much time, even though they had a 2-man advantage.
Wow, what a fantastic 3-on-5 win for a BRK. That really shouldn't have happened, let's be honest. Not sure what happened there with Ty pushing in through the garage. A little bit of an oversight, ignoring the Mira. But now the first defense win of this map, and we will have BD try to go down in this garage yet again. Can they get the same defense win in response and bring it back to an even scoreline 2-2? Or will BRK be able to extend their lead?
I forget who, if a sledge or a buck had been brought, but I think Black Dragons missed an opportunity to open up some of the piano room floor or middle corridor floor because it didn't seem like there was a lot of vertical pressure put on BRK Esports.
Well, that's because they spent way too much time clearing out those 2 roamers upstairs. And because after they cleared out the 2 roamers, I think they only had a minute left. And from there, they could have, yes, you tried to utilize that vertical game through the piano floor, but it would have taken too much time. I mean, that's what we saw them do last time. Last time they had established control over the roam game, forced the defenders down. They did just that. They used that vertical game, and it worked great for them. Just not enough time. We are going to be seeing Black Dragons yet again, dedicating Psycho all the way up here in the admin office.
Now, last time, I believe it was Psycho had been spotted out, had been droned out. We thought he had been quartered off, and unfortunately for BRK, they allowed him to rotate back down onto site.
Yeah, unfortunate that happened. They just weren't enough. They weren't aggressive enough with their roam clear. Nesk is going to take out 9XT. That's the Jaeger off the board. Good angle here from Nesk, using patience to simply wait here and see when that rotation was going to come. He knew it was going to happen, and it did.
And that's some of the power of that jammer, that mute jammer we just witnessed, was Nesk tossing out his drone, instantly being denied access as the jammer just put it to a halt.
Why to bring in mute instead of a Bandit 101, especially on a map like Consulate?
Yeah, especially on Consulate Garage, there's so many different ways to get rid of the Bandit charges, or at least kill Bandit before he's able to fully swap the garage doors. So that's why we don't see that often, and that's also why we're starting to see more mute play rather than Bandit.
BRK, meanwhile, have taken mostly full control over these top 2 floors. I think they've pushed the majority of the BD defense down into the basement. But we do have Psycho playing over by Visa Hallway. This is very dangerous, but it could pay off amazingly well for his team here if he gets the flank at the right moment.
Nesk is going to be pushing down the yellow stairs, however, it looks like. He's by soda machines at the moment. Psycho, though, he will move in forward. PZD could also collapse from above. One is going to be holding the flank, or holding the corridor by yellow, or by the corner office. However, there is Yuke. He's managing to take the head there off of Kamikaze. Wonderful frag there to give BRK Esports a 2-man advantage with 35 seconds to go. Nest still looking back and forth between circle stairs and yellow stairs. And Yuke is now just going to pre-fire some more of the floor. Looks on up towards the drop edge. Psycho inching his way ever so slightly into the reception area. He's going to be able to get this down. Zig, however, will manage to get in front of the white van. Plant could go down as there is nothing there to stop him. It gets to C4 in hand by Ty. Julio, though, will finish off Psycho. PZD goes down. Last man alive was Ty. However, Zig had something to say about it, and BRK will walk away with a flawless round there.
So BRK's take, clear out the roam game, or at least do the best they can in clearing out the roam game. Then start with that vertical game and open up the garage at the same time. Apply pressure via garage and vertical. Meanwhile, they still had Julio, as you can see there, on his drone, watching for that flank from Psycho. I actually thought that Psycho flank might have brought it back for Black Dragons, but BRK was accounting for that. You could see here, BRK covering all the bases. I absolutely love that. And now they are going to be defending the first floor. So the BRK meta seemingly reflective of the North American meta, or maybe vice versa, whatever the case be, not going to the top floor. Now, I think that could be, I think that's mostly just, again, we put a Blackbeard on one of those windows upstairs, and he has so much control on that A balcony facing towards connector, or on the B bomb site just in the B bomb site, or B bomb site windows just in the B bomb site itself. Wherever you put him, honestly, he just control, control, control. Whereas where you're going to the basement, going to that front floor, or that first floor, there's not nearly as much coming from Blackbeard. He still is very useful, but he's not completely dominating.
Now, we've talked about this before. I think it was yesterday during the North American Pro League about a team, I think it might have been Flipside, hard holding this top floor center room, the projector room, if you will. And that's something that we talked about, how there's not a lot of cover, if there's any hard cover, other than the bomb when the bomb site's topside.
Absolutely right. Holding in that projector room does present you as a defender with a lot of issues, especially when you've got 9XT about to rappel onto your balcony. In all likelihood, he is going to be the perfect counter to that hold, because he brings cover of his own.
Now we do have Nesk at the top of the yellow stairs. He's just going to be waiting for some sound cues or repels into either the connector or corner office. But this is the reason why you bring Pulse. We saw Pulse brought numerous times yesterday when the bomb site was main floor. And we're going to be seeing this yet again here inside of the servers.
He's just looking for information gathering as much as possible, as well as the ability to get that C4, but it's likely not going to happen here, as it doesn't seem like Black Dragons are going to be pressuring straight into Visa. I think they're just trying to keep control of Visa and deny Pulse from pulsing in Visa into admin, which is where Black Dragons are attacking from right now. If Zig can make his way into Visa and get underneath these attackers, he will get a C4 kill and put his team in a good spot. But he's going to play a little bit more passive than that.
Now one is still here. He's going to look for the shots. The flashbang comes on out, and PCD will walk away even though he's disoriented. That's a 4-on-5 now. You saw the collapse. Many, if not 4 or 5, 4 of the attack operators able to push there onto one. Yuke will also meet the burden of death here as Kamikaze manages to smack a kill there down onto him.
Yeah, you might actually think that this is an upstairs attack, but remember, it's a first floor attack. As you can see here, it's just the case that BRK has invested so heavily in holding this top floor, which has resulted in them losing 2 players early on. Now Black Dragons have full control and the ability to get that diffuse plan if they go about this attack correctly.
Now, this is going to be a very useful yokai, giving a lot of utility, a lot of information as to who is above the site, when they're going to drop, and he also has the ability to disorient them while that happens. 30 seconds left to go. Ty's going to drop in about 5 seconds. There it goes. He gets disoriented on the way. Julie's going to come out for this peek, for this push. Zig gets taken out there, but not before he snags a kill there. And that will be a 1-on-4. Julio's going to bring that yokai drone down. Diffuser gets planted, and unfortunately, though, looks like a smack in the back of the head by Julio, and PZD managing to get that kill.
Good coverage here from Black Dragons. Love this hole that was opened up to cover the bathroom doorway. You don't see that very often. Usually the bathroom doorway is just forfeited to the defenders as a point of where they could contend the diffuse plant from. But You can see here Black Dragons covering all their bases. I love the way they executed that attack. Watching Visa, just in case the pulse came up, he did eventually, very late, but he did. As well as just taking full control over that top floor with droning out the defenders in their positions and then collapsing on them in unison. Great attack there. Now BRK, they are going to be going on to their own attack, and Black Dragons, meanwhile, going to be defending, you guessed it, the basement, as they have been unsuccessful in this endeavor thus far.
This is the third attempt for Black Dragons, and one's got to think that, hey, something's got to change here, something's got to give. How are you going to get this down successfully, and if not, where are you going to go next?
Last time they defended the basement, it seemed like they were kind of reading into it, but it was not enough. They very clearly did lose to a BRK on a nice BRK attack. We'll see how they choose to adapt in this round, if they will show us anything new. Now, they did, it looks like they're going to have Mira, putting that Mira window inside of the bathroom yet again, and trying to have Black Dragons hard hold inside the bathroom of the first floor instead of, you know, forfeiting control of the piano completely, which has had mixed results throughout the teams we've seen use it. Hasn't worked for Black Dragons yet.
Ness going to get his way to the top roof here, looking in towards the skylight of the circle stairs. And right now, he's merely just trying to see, is there going to be any kind of easily rotation he can take advantage of, snagging a couple shots onto someone's leg. And Psycho, though, he's going to be here on the top of yellow stairs, the only roamer on the top side. Nesk is fully aware of Psycho being here, as he did just get droned out, so he's going to try to hold down one of the corridors, one of the sides of the column, and unfortunately, though, it looks as though Psycho may be stuck. 9XT working his way down the Visa stairs, as we have Kamikaze trying to hold the flank, move on up the stairs from lockers.
BRK is decidedly less focused on the locker hallway here than we've seen any team be so far in this particular attack. Seems like their main focus is just, let's open the drop downs, let's open up the main garage, and let's just get that push underway. We are seeing Kamikaze progressing up those spiral stairs. Psycho's gonna take out Yuke. That's the Twitch gone. Kamikaze, meanwhile, looking on that aggressive angle, waiting for one of the attackers to stray into his crosshair. Doesn't seem like anyone's anywhere near him.
Yeah, and with the Twitch getting taken out, I don't know if we got to see if the mirror windows were removed or opened up just yet, but Julio's going to snag a kill of himself. That's going to be moving on over to Psycho. That was actually the Valkyrie. I think that was on the yellow stairs, or potentially close into piano.
Whatever the case be, good kill there on the Valkyrie, and that's going to be that refrag that was so desperately needed. Now with 1 minute left to go, we will have BRK start to contest this garage, get it open, and continue on with their attack.
Now garage wall will get opened up there by Zig. Again, the late opening up the garage door hopefully forced off the bandit. However, Kamikaze has already been off site. He's back here. Zig picks up that one kill there. That's going to be on to Psycho or to PCD.
PCD.
Julio still looking up through the drop hatch. This is the power of the Hibana to be able to open up the drop hatches as Thermite gets the garage, and therefore lots of control has been forfeited by Black Dragons. We are going to see this most likely go into the hands of BRK. However, 9XT is still in a very solid position. Diffuser is going to get planted by Zig. However, Julio's going to drop down from the bathroom, pick up a double kill. Last man's going to be 9XT coming in through the hallway. He tags one, he tags two. Can he get a third one there on a Zig? He does not, and that will be round ending. BRK is going to win round number 6, go up 4-2.
What an excellent try there from 9XT. He almost made that comeback happen. Unfortunately, he hit the torso of the Thermite instead of the head, and because of that, we will have BRK come out on top and put themselves on a match point here on Consulate. Now that attack from BRK, again, not very much focused on those locker hallway. Instead, just drop downs, main garage wall, and that's it. They didn't even bother to clear out the roamers. They simply applied pressure to the site, and Black Dragons lost those engagements.
Now BRK, after going upstairs into the first floor, have decided to go downstairs yet again. And, I mean, they were successful before. Will they be successful again? Let's stay tuned and see.
Yeah, they have one lose, one victory down here, and I think that they can make this site work again for them. Now, they've got to be feeling comfortable on being on match point, going on to their preferred bomb site to just try and, you know, finish this off. They also have a buffer round, so even if they lose this round, they still have one more to deny that overtime for Black Dragons. They are going to be bringing a very common lineup here. No big surprises on either of these teams in terms of operator selection. It's interesting, though, somewhat, that both of them choose Twitch over Thatcher entirely.
Yeah, we are, like I said, going to see this mirror window up on the garage again, and it's a bit of an we'll call it odd placement in the sense that we talked about it before, that with the Latin American scene, they tend to place these mirror windows in places that if they get compromised, it doesn't necessarily destroy the integrity of the one bomb site.
Yeah, and that one definitely falls in line with that. I mean, having one on the garage wall, the garage wall is one of those things. It's almost a lot of teams actually just kind of like, oh, yep, they're gonna get it open. We just need to be able to handle ourselves after it gets open. And having that mirror window there, I mean, you can try and make a play under the thermite, but it's not gonna end the game if you don't. It'll make it significantly harder, of course, but you know, it's just giving you that opportunity, basically.
Now Yuke will be tagged. He was actually going to be injured by his own teammate here to get himself back to 50 health after what was a brief engagement.
Yeah, if you shoot someone through the wall, it's I believe, a guaranteed down with the majority of weapons.
Except shotguns for that.
Yeah, except for shotgun. Since they don't have rook armor, they're of course going to need to use that wall just to try and, you know, make their chances a little bit better of not actually killing the teammate.
Now you can see Julio, he moved his yokai drone all the way from that front reception area on the main floor over to the position where we've seen the plant go down, or at least attempt to go down, numerous times today. And that is going to be Julio needing to stay alive for the next minute 15 seconds until that push ultimately unfolds.
Yeah, and that Echo is so very good at denying that diffuse plant. He's basically one of the better operators, especially in this particular defense. The basement, just denying that diffuse plant in front of the white van is great with Echo drones.
And there's going to be a C4 kill from one on to PZD. Or I'm sorry, onto Psycho.
That's going to be through the floor. You can see there, outside of the... Oh, no. Aggression from Ness called out by his teammates is going to eliminate the Blackbeard. I believe that's 9XT. That means that all the pressure now is falling to Black Dragons in this 3 versus 5. 37 seconds left to go. They need to win this round in order to deny an outright victory for BRK.
Yeah, and unfortunately, though, they are not going to even go for Garage. PZD will fall, tie, and Kamikaze last two alive. Kamikaze is going to try to fight one here inside of the server. One's going to navigate back and away, going down towards the hallway. Looks like a couple pre-fires going to go. Flashbangs comes on out, and that will force one to stay here. Oh, no, that's going to be Yuke. Yuke gets taken out of commission at 2 on 4 now. Here we have Ty trying to pressure his way. 7 seconds left to go. Kamikaze needs to get through this barbed wire. However, it's not looking like it's going to fortify real well for him. He's going to push in, gets disoriented. Ness picks up one, Zig picks up the other, and BRK Esports will win round number 7. They will also win map number 1 here on Consulate. And we are going to see our second map of the day, and that's going to be on Chalet.
Good half there, good round, good match to BRK to win that outright. Seeming very strong here on Consulate. Now, Black Dragons did put up one heck of a fight. It wasn't quite like the last match we watched earlier today, but it was still a 5-2 scoreline, and that is pretty dominant for BRK.
Yeah, a lot of it, like you said, it was definitely a dominant force by BRK. Some of the rounds, however, could have gone one way or the other. I mean, we saw that, what was it, a 2v5 or a 2v4 clutch?
It was a 3 versus 5 clutch from
3v5,
BRK
3v5.
as they were defending in the basement, and it seemed like it was going to go in BD's favor, but for somehow the mirror got overlooked at the bottom of stairs and managed to get 2 kills and almost a third.
Almost a third, yeah. Tagged, I think it was the Blackbeard coming on down, picked up the Thermite secondary, tried to get the Twitch for the 3K,
yep.
But Twitch ended up going back up the yellow stairs. And
meanwhile, the rest of the Black Dragons attack was a little bit too spread out over by the locker side of things and on the drop downs, and they just couldn't influence that mirror window or that mirror playing that position. And because of that, there wasn't enough. I feel like there on that particular round, there just wasn't enough force being exerted in one particular lane from Black Dragons, and they just lost their individual fights. And if you're going to in circle, that's great. That works really well. But you have to have, if you're going to do that, you need to make sure that all of your players are going to win their fights. If they lose their fights, then the circle falls apart at one particular place, and then it just evaporates.
Yep, because then that leaves that roam hole open up for that person who killed your attacker, opened up the circle, able to rotate around. But one of the things that it seemed like maybe not necessarily Black Dragons did intentionally, or maybe not even the case of what they did, but what we've seen from some teams doing is once they get this 5v3 or 5v3 momentum going in their favor, they kill off the roamers. They then almost take what can be considered a deep breath or a sigh of relief, saying, "Okay, we've cleared out the roamers. Let's reform. Let's settle down." And that's almost what they did. They took too much time, and then ultimately you had about 30 seconds or so for Black Dragons to try to make this push onto the garage, and it just did not go in their favor.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. Now, I think that moving into this next map, there's still very much potential for BD to make a comeback. I think these two teams are much more evenly matched than the teams that we saw play earlier today. And I think that we will likely see that third map. At least I really sincerely hope that we're going to see that third map.
Yeah. The third map, again, is going to be Bank. Our second map of the day is going to be Chalet. Black Dragons, unfortunately, did not win the first map. BRK came out successfully in a 5-2 victory.
Good for them.
We are just going to be getting into the game here momentarily, but talking about, I want to reiterate again because this is a very important game. The winner of this series, which right now is in favor of BRK after winning the first map, the winner of this series will move in to secure the second seed, or the second spot. Not seed necessarily, but that second invitation to the LAN event in Cologne, Germany at Gamescom, middle of August. I think it's the 19th and 20th, or maybe the 25th and 26th of August. Whatever it may be, the winner of this game will go to that. Now, Black Dragons here. Black Dragons, unfortunately, like we said, they kind of missed a few opportunities there on Consulate. Hopefully they can come back here on Chalet, because the roam game, again, is something that we've seen time and time again make or break a defensive team here on Chalet.
Yeah, on that note, I mean, we did see Black Dragons go for a much more committed roam game when they were defending, and I think that that's going to work to their advantage here on Chalet. However, it might have just been BRK reading into Consulate very well. It might have just been BRK saying, okay, we actually don't need to roam necessarily on this site. We could just kind of play it a little bit more passively. They did just that. It worked for them well. And now moving, well, they did that on some rounds. In some rounds, they also had Nesk and Uke play so aggressively in the top floor that they actually ended up getting picked off. I mean, that 3 versus 5 we talked about earlier, that was because Nesk and Uke got taken out on the top floor. They learned their mistakes, though. I think that BRK is probably going to read into Chalet, say, okay, well, on Chalet, we need to be able to maintain that roam game. We have to keep our presence up. And I think that I don't know. I think Black Dragons has a really good spot, a really good chance here with their roamers, but I don't. Black Dragons is going to be able to, or sorry, BRK is going to be able to adjust.
Yeah, and I mean, so Consulate was BRK's map. Black Dragons chose Chalet, so hopefully we're going to see Black Dragons be able to overcome the obstacles.
Win on their own map.
Basically win on their own map, overcome the obstacles which they faced on Consulate. Chalet, though, we have seen top 4 holds, we have seen bar and gaming room holds, but this map, as opposed to Consulate, is more, we'll call it set, in terms of what bomb sites are typically chosen.
Basement and kitchen trophy. And those are the 2 bomb sites that are chosen more often than not on this map. We have seen some really successful play in the bar room, but bar and gaming room, but it's not very common.
Yeah, I think it was either Bittersweet or I think, did Omen try that out some too during playday number?
It was I think it was the Bittersweet Infamy matchup, and it was the Master as well as the bar and gaming room, and I think it was actually Bittersweet specifically who made those successfully work for them.
Yes, yeah, that's right. Omen had tried; they had unfortunately gone to the wayside and didn't successfully get those bomb sites held down.
Omen had a rough season this particular season. They kind of got eliminated really early on.
For those of you wondering, Omen is a team from the North American scene at a Group A, which unfortunately did get eliminated immediately. They were one of the first teams to get eliminated in the Pro League.
Yeah.
But no, regardless, though, we're here on Chalet. Thinking about Chalet, though, again, we're talking about the bomb sites. We know basement, we have multiple different avenues on how to force your attack onto the bottom bomb site. Top floor bomb site, a little bit different. We've seen a few different holds. With that type of hold on the top floor, though, we know that we need to stop the ladders for that top floor bomb site. We've seen the successful hold by Bittersweet on the top floor. And for the ladder, we saw I want to say the middle bush by L. We saw a member from Bittersweet look over onto the balcony above fireplace, stop that ladder climb, if you will. Is that a pivotal thing to make sure that the attacking squad doesn't gain access to?
Just remember, it was the Elevate versus Bittersweet, and it was Bittersweet who was on defending that Master. And so yeah, what you were talking about there was just, yes, it's really nice that angle they were using, but the thing is about that balcony that they were using the angle onto that ladder is that you can actually rappel onto the balcony. You don't have to use the ladder. That one specific, and then the Master balcony. Those are the two Those are the two balconies that you can rappel onto. Apart from those two balconies, you can't rappel onto any of the other ones. The one outside of the Master bathroom, the one outside of Master itself, apart from the square balcony, and then the one outside of office, library, what have you, all of those you need to use the ladder. So if you can maintain control over those ladders, you can maintain control over the top floor in theory.
Now, that is going to be a tough feat to do, but we might see it here as we are going to get underway on Chalet. Again, it is map number 2. BRK Esports secured map number 1. Now, they're going to start an attack as Black Dragons will take a hold onto defense. And it looks as though we are going to go inside of the kitchen and trophy room to kick off the first round.
All right, so yeah, we are going to be seeing Trophy as the first defense of this particular map. And this is very common. It's what we're used to seeing. No big surprises here. Black Dragons going for the old reliable on Chalet. And that stands to reason, especially considering they're already a map down. They really need to refine out these round wins. And on this map, you got to go with the what you know in order to get that win. We are going to have, in all likelihood, a very heavy roam game coming out from Black Dragons as they are putting a Miro window and reinforcements into this master hallway, which is it's okay. I have to say, I've seen this a lot. I've seen this particular strategy so many times, and I've seen it work, but about 10% of the time. 10% of the time we see the teams try to defend this top floor, invest a bunch of castle barricades and mirror windows and reinforcements up there. It almost never does. And I'd be really intrigued if Black Dragons makes it work, because it would be, honestly, a feat. But
that's one of the things we're missing. We're missing the castle. You mentioned the castle barricades. Yeah. And typically that's put on the master bedroom door next to Mira so that the window was not necessarily a contention point for, into the master bedroom.
Right, you are. I mean, obviously it's got to play out differently in scrims, and that's why these teams use this particular strat. But in Pro League, it just is not very commonly successful. And I'm really curious to see if Black Dragons is going to make it work. Meanwhile, BRK, they're just looking for their opportunities to get this push in. It looks like they're not going to put too much emphasis on the library, at least not initially, as they know they have Psycho playing inside that library. He's going to be able to deny that ladder, and thus the library balcony. Oh, but no, a grenade from Julio onto Psycho. That's library control in the favor of BRK. Meanwhile, 9XT is going to trade it back onto 1. Now, with only 1 minute progressed in this round, we will have an even trade back and forth between these two teams. And the pressure is mounting for BD as BRK comes in from library.
Now there are still 3 roamers upstairs, 9XT, Kamikaze, and PZD. We see 9XT inside of the bathroom waiting for Julio to try to come up the ladder. Nade's going to come flying in though, most likely. You can see him cooking it right there. He's going to land up top and will tag him. Will not do too much damage as 9XT will be there to get the Jaeger. Kamikaze's also going to look his way inside of the bathroom. Now that hole was opened up mid-round, so it might not have been, might not have been detected for the rotation hole, but there it is. The drone just spotted it out.
Say what you will about this upstairs defense, but it has tripped up BRK attack, but no, they're just coming in straight from dining table.
He's going to tag 1, he's going to tag 2 times. 9XT going back down, and we'll see the shots from PCD land and rain from above. There's only 2 members from Black Dragons left alive. One's going to come in from the fireplace. That's Kamikaze coming from behind. PCD still above. The plant might go down by Yuke, and it looks like it will be here momentarily. We see Nesk looking for the drop hatch. He knows that PCD is there, goes for the shots, tags him, will get him on down. You still have Buck outside. Yuke seems to be inside of dining. Another headshot tap by Yuke, and that's going to be, or by PCD. Wonderful shot there on the Yuke. Last man alive is going to be Julio in a one-on-one, 30 seconds to go. Julio has 0 frag grenades left. His skeleton key is not going to be overly useful. He's on a brick wall side, and that's not going to be necessarily in his favor. 20 seconds left to go. He's going to come in through fireplace. You already know PCD's looking right here, looking for the shot. The pre-fire is going to come on out, but it will not happen as the headshot comes flying in through kitchen over towards the headshot there of Julio. Black Dragons will win round number 1 here on Chalet.
What a clutch from PZD. It absolutely should have been a BRK round through and through. They had site control. They didn't need to worry about anyone coming from trophy. They had 2 players looking towards that kitchen drop down, but PZD, with some excellent gunplay, manages to clutch it out. What a job by him. Now, Bar is going to be our defense for the first by BRK. Something different like this BRK. See if they can make it work. Now, arguably, again, as I talked about, that last attack probably should have gone in favor of BRK. Let's be real. Strategically, they capitalized on the fact that Black Dragons was roaming so heavily upstairs, and they're like, hey, we'll just waltz on into the site, and they did just that. They had established control. It was just a clutch, of course, from VZD to bring it back. But that's got to mean that BRK is not feeling too worried here, and that makes a lot of sense as they have gone down up into Bar and Gaming Room, which is a site which takes a lot of confidence to defend.
It definitely does. It takes a lot of confidence. It also takes a lot of practice and communication. But I think seeing it done successfully by Bittersweet and other teams as well is going to allow them to be more confident in the strategy. I know that many times teams will take a look at their own VODs or at the VODs of their opponents, but in a scene such as this, where the meta tends to be different from each region or varies per region, you also need to take a look at those different regions to see if you can pick up some things. And I feel like BRK Esports may have done just that by looking into Bittersweet's strategy for this.
Wow, I love this camera here. That is going to give a lot of information to the defenders. And the run-out will happen from Yuke. A double kill there on the Kamikaze. And Thai is going to put BRK in a very strong position in this round. Gotta love that camera. Wow.
That's going to give them just a tremendous amount of advantage here. Julio's going to be above, looking at the back stairwell. Diffuser has been dropped, I want to say, by the attackers. That's a 2-on-5 now. That Psycho, Kamikaze, and Thai are no longer fighting for their life. 9XT and PZD working the way. PZD coming in from the big garage. That's going to be the garage with the van going in towards the wine cellar. Total opposite side of the map. Still plenty of time, but not the man counts in their favor. You have 9XT working his way from the top. He might be meeting Yuke here. One shot from that distance with the close quarter combat gun from Blackbeard.
Yeah, now Black Dragons on a 2-on-5, 130. They have the time, but not the manpower. This would be one of the better comebacks in Pro League history. Oh,
now 9XT's gonna. Oh, I was gonna say he wasn't gonna spot him out, but he will finally. Yuke's gonna move on forward, try to wallbang the shots. Like I said, one bullet will down him, another bullet will finish him off, and that is gonna be it for Yuke. However, that's only one man down for BRK. Julio's still going to cover the stairs from above. He's going to miss PCD right away, but he could get this frag onto him as he peeks on up. Mute Jammer's going to hide his footsteps, though, so he won't necessarily be heard unless he starts running like he's doing right now.
Also, he's going to get on his drone, and it will be spotted by the Mute Jammer. Julio's going to be fully aware of where PCD is right now.
Vice versa. That's exactly why PCD got on that drone. It was for the exact reason of trying to spot out who was going to be on the stairs. Julio will tag the kill, but be injured in the process. 9XT, last man alive, taking a couple bullets, though. Looks as though one's going to go for the drop shot. He lands the kill. We talked about the fact that typically the Valkyrie will not win that engagement, but when he's flustered on those stairs, we will have one able to manage that frag and get the kill.
Round number 3 now, as it is an even score line, but the rounds that have been won, seemingly, the only dominant round we saw was BRK's win. Black Dragons did manage to get that first win, but it was kind of just PCD stepping up for a squad and really clutching it out. Now, we are going to see the basement defense come out here, and it seems like Black Dragons is trying to stick to a little bit more of the typical. I really do like the fact that BRK managed to make that gaming room and bar defense work in the previous round, though. I think it's finding itself a little bit more into the meta.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I want to say that, but at the same time, it's still kind of just a pocket strat, to be real with you. There's a lot of teams out there who don't know how to handle it, though, and Black Dragons is quite clearly there, one of those teams. Although, arguably, because they lost those 2 players outside so early, may have just been that sole fact that didn't give them enough power pushing into the bomb site.
And we're hopefully going to keep an eye on the mirror to see where the window placements go. Looks as though one's going to be facing the back garage. That's going to be the north garage. Now Nesk will be working his way here from the west entry point, going upstairs to the library. Still not too much here. We have a Fuse in the mix, though. That's going to be the first time Fuse has made an appearance today. And looks as though that's going to be used to just forcefully rotate some of the defenders out of sight when the lobby gets taken over.
Yeah, Fuse is extremely useful here on this map, but he hasn't seen any play yet. The 3rd round, of course, there's still plenty of time for him to be a little bit more prominent. He's actually got the AK-12, which a lot of people don't know about the AK-12. It's actually got some of the highest DPS in the game. It's a really good gun. Just got a lot of recoil is all.
Now we have still around 2/3 of the round left to go. Julio's going to get off his drone, move in towards the gaming room. Nesk is already on the fireplace stairs. Just trying to clear it as much as possible. Looks like a little engagement at the top stairs. That's going to be by the kitchen stairs, by office and master bedroom. 9XT will eat a couple bullets there, and that will be the end of him. Good frag by Zig. Also taking out the Vault cam and the stationary cam, the default cam, as he moves on out of the master bedroom over towards the kitchen stairs. Coming up from the basement, one is looking around. He will ultimately get some of the wall opened up, or some of the floor opened up into sight. Looks as though another kill here. Nesk will remove Kamikaze. That's going to be a great frag. There's the Fuse charge. He's going to try to get a kill here. Ty will stand his ground inside a connector, realizing that the cluster charge just isn't necessarily in the perfect location. 50 seconds to go. And we are going to have BRK trying to continue the win here. Julio will tag one down, tags 2. 1 with the cluster charge, 2 with the weapon. And we do have a 1-on-4 now that Nesk has been taken out. There's the last cluster charge. Thigh hears it. He's actually going to run into the charge, and there might be another kill here. No! The 3 armor, 1 speed is able to glide away as we have Zig moving on down the fireplace stairs. To the right side is going to be Ute. Julio still above. Zig calls him on out. He'll be taken out there with a headshot. Now a 3-on-1. 20 seconds left to go. Flashbang's going to come on out. Looks like drop hatch is where Julio might be dropping in from. Right side again is going to be where Uke is. One's going to be inside of the bar. Looking on down. Uke gets the plant. Successful. And this round will go into BRK Esports. Final moment's going to be as Ty takes out the shotgun, tries to go looking up from above, opens up the floor, has to reload that Vector. However, with many lines of sight onto this connector, Ty is likely not even to take 1 step out, potentially. As he does that, there's one there. I'll call that a half a step. 1 will then take him out of commission, and we will have the round again going in favor of BRK Esports.
So BRK cleared out that roam game. Then from there, they just established control over the vertical of that basement defense, which they utilized very aptly. Using those fuse charges and just opening up the floor and getting the line of sight onto the anchors, who were unable to rotate, maneuver enough to try and, just get those trade backs. And after that, we saw a very clear-cut round in a 1 versus 4. And what you'd expect in terms of scoreline. Now Black Dragons, they are at the deficit here at BRK 2-1 in their favor. Will be going into their own basement defense.
Now, I think it's worth noting here that Black Dragons has foregone the thermite, and we've only got a Hibana on a bottom stairs or a bottom wine cellar and garage take.
And arguably, you don't really need the thermite in a lot of these sites, but on this one, oh no! But actually, we will have. It seems Zig is going to be opening up that closet wall, which means the thermite isn't going to be essential per se, but he would have still been useful. Definitely does make a bigger hole into that main A wall.
It depends on how Black Dragons is going to try to progress on the site. If they're going to force their way over towards Snowmobile Garage and use the Hibana charges,
then
guess what? That's going to
hurt.
It's definitely going to hurt and definitely be a huge struggle for Black Dragons.
Like this camera here from 1. Oh, it's going to get taken out early, though. We've seen some really useful cameras from both of these teams so far in this map.
Now that camera there that we saw by the back of Wine Cellar is actually, I want to say, a year-old camera placement that has seen a lot of play.
The ventilation one?
The one right, right on top of the vent unit.
That one's super useful. But it usually gets overlooked. You know, everybody knows about it, but it just gets overlooked because you're thinking about the other little nooks and crannies you could put it in the wine hallway, and more, and then it just gets, people don't think about that one. We are not seeing a very heavy roam game coming out from BRK just yet. Seems like they're mostly just focusing on that anchor, which makes sense, I suppose. That has worked for them in the past when they try to shift to the full anchor. But that's going to mean that BD, using that buck, is going to be able to try and put down a lot of pressure vertically in the same way that BRK used previously on that fuse. However, we do actually, as I say that, Yook is going to take it out on the back stairs, but that's going to allow Nesk to stay hidden here. Oh, I don't think he is. No, I think PZD knows.
Sees it. Ty saw him from the stairs. He's going to go for the pre-fire. Misses the target. Goes for the kill. The collapse happens, and we are going to see Ash go pick up that kill. Kamikaze with the trade. A wonderful collapse. Wonderful crossfire. You saw Ty. He was the buck. He got on his drone. You saw it at the top of the stairs there. Saw the tip of the gun. Called it out, and that's what happens when you don't necessarily know exactly where all the drones are.
And see, that's why you got to tuck your barrel away also into the wall instead of just sticking it around the corner, because that's going to give you away dead to rights. And now we have a 3-on-5 ensuing here again. But last time BRK was stuck in a 3R5 of a basement defense, it was on the previous map Consulate, but they were successful. So BRK still has a chance here to win this round with only 57 seconds left to go. BD is just looking for their opportunities to make this push happen.
Now, floor is getting opened up there by Ty. Looks as though he's going to go right above, I want to say, potentially the corner of the wine cellar. Zig, not having a mirror window on his side, is going to be tucked away. He's just listening for sound cues at the moment. The range of that shotgun isn't going to be enough to take out Blackbeard from the blue hall. He's just looking on close. Shots are going to go in. He's going to come on out to the cubby. Ty has been injured by one of the holes he opened up. Some shots going to go in towards him. Will get picked back up though, and that looks like it's still going to be a 5-on-3. 20 seconds left to go. Black Dragons needs to make this push, and it needs to happen right now, where they could forego some of the assumptions and then be taken out just like that C4 kill onto PZD from 1. There's the shots coming in for the connector. Kamikaze tags a double. Looks like one kill.
Diffuser's down.
That's Diffuser that's been taken out here. Zig now realizes it. He's going to go on over. He's going to hop on his drone here. He's getting to a safe spot, or he's going to go on over to the top spot. Looks like Diffuser gets down. Will he move on over? He's going to go for the kill.
Diffuser.
No, he shoots for the boot.
Oh,
no,
he misses.
He missed the target. Goes to the shotgun, and there it will be. He's going to tag 1. He's got 2 more to go. Kamikaze and 9XT. Kamikaze still above here in the drop hatch. I don't think Zig realizes it, so he's going to look towards connector, and he actually overextends himself. Look towards the back hallway, and there is going to be 9XT inside a connector to take down the final kill. Black Dragons will walk away on this round as the victor.
My heart sank when he missed that shot onto the diffuse planter, just a little bit.
He saw him. I mean,
clear and as day.
I want to say he saw him, but at the same time, he might not have. He might have just been a little bit of tunnel vision or what. But they're very unfortunate, because that one, probably a double shotgun would have just taken him out.
He could have killed him with the last remaining bullets in his SMG, to be honest. I mean, that is truly unfortunate there. A nice try, though, by BRK, and the score line will be evened up. You could attribute that loss for BRK to the fact that they did lose their 2 roamers so early on into the round. That was Nesk and Yook. However, we're going to see Black Dragons, as you can tell here, defending the gaming and bar, which is, I honestly didn't expect this. I knew BRK was going to be bringing us to this, as they are they're pretty good at those abnormal bomb sites, but I didn't think that BD was going to commit to it as well. This might actually be committed, like full meta here for the Latin American scene at least.
Yeah, we are seeing a very similar setup. You got 3 reinforcements on the library wall facing that north balcony. So it is very possible that these teams, albeit they probably have been scrim partners, they know each other very well, they have pulled things from one another, and that could be what we're seing here. Little Pop shot from Nest trying to go through the leaves of the evergreen trees out by Helipad. Looks as though an early kill there from Yuke onto Kamikaze. Good kill there, taking out the mute.
That was just straight through the main lobby window onto the site, I believe, or it could have been towards dining, but whatever the case be, nice aggressive play from Yuke, realizing that the rotation's still going to be happening on the defender side of things in that bar hold. He's going to put himself now onto the, I believe that's the east balcony, which is going to give him a lot of control over the main lobby. However, Psycho with a nice trade back onto Julio outside of the library.
And unfortunately for Psycho, the double flashbang will blind him momentarily. That's going to allow Nest to get up onto the ledge. He's going to look very closely on a pixel peek towards Psycho.
Wow, I'm going to be honest. Normally when you see somebody flashbang like that, they actually won't follow it up by getting up the ladder. But Nesk absolutely did. One, meanwhile, is going to take out Thigh. And now BRK back in the man count lead. As we do see Nesk start to drone out this library, he has actually put himself in a place where Psycho can't run out on him.
Nesk didn't actually see, or sorry, I was going to say Psycho didn't see the drone by Nesk, but there he goes. The side of his gun was actually covering it at the start. Nesk going to progress onto this very slowly, though. He's looking for a Valk cam, realizing that, hey, Psycho's going to be inside the library. That is a Valk. Cameras do get tossed out. Nesk trying to bait it out with sound. And he actually is going to forego. He's going to drop on down, move on in towards the vestibule, actually go all the way over towards the balcony of the bathroom.
I think this is the right play here. He's contending 2 people inside of that library, so even if he gets the 1 kill, he's going to die by the refrag in all likelihood. So Nesk is playing it smart, and he has tons of time for that rotation, as well as now information from his teammates.
It's a 3-on-4 right now. Nesk is going to be contesting the top operators, the top defenders. However, the remaining operators here at BRK are going to be moving on over. It looks as though an office push is going to happen from Zig. This is going to be the collapse that they're looking for to get PZD and Psycho out of position. Yuke's also managing to make his way up. He's got to look up top, though, as that's where 2 of the defenders are. One's also coming to the back stairs. This is going to be a 4-way collapse onto BD. Looks as though PZD will take 1 dead before he gets removed there by Nesk. Nesk picks up a 2nd kill into Psycho. Last man alive is going to be 9XT in a 2-on-1. Diffuser's going to be the hand to Zig now.
Oh, he can't get the angle.
He cannot. He hears it, but he's going to go for the shot through the wall. Will not land him, and we will have Diffuser get planted. Now that means 9XT has to come on out of the game room, move on into bar. Pre-fire is going to happen. 9XT looking to go for the shots there. Nesk still waiting. Looks like, oh, a wonderful shot. He's now going to look towards left, towards Dining Hall. And that is right where Zig is going to be. Now the pre-fire might happen, might come on out. He's being spotted out, looks for the shots. He's going for the hit here. He hears it, and that is Zig moving in forward. He's going to go for the cam. Oh, and he baited it on out, and that's going to be a wonderful job there. 9XT, unfortunately, is going to have to go for this momentarily. Shots coming out.
Oh,
he's going to turn it, snag it down. Plenty of time here, plenty of time for 9XT to destroy this diffuser. Round is going to go in the hands here of BD. Black Dragon's going to walk away with round number 5.
We've seen 2 wonderful clutches now from Black Dragons to force out this map here on Chalet. And that was the 2nd of them. The first one, of course, being the very first round of this entire match. And we just don't expect these kinds of clutches, but they certainly are happening here for Black Dragons. Congratulations to PZD and 9XT both for keeping their team in Chalet. Now they actually have the lead here, going up against BRK, who's going to be defending that bar. It's been an entirely successful bar hold for both of these squads thus far. No one's been able to attack bar and have any amount of success. Although arguably, again, BRK kind of did win that last round, if it weren't for just a nice clutch there at the end from 9XT.
Now a very even and equal kill count here coming out of BRK. 5, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4. All the way down the list there for 1, Julio, Yuke, and Zig.
Meanwhile, as you can tell, 9XT and PZD both, they're going to be the clutch masters for their team. Single-handedly almost winning 1 round apiece. Now, this bar defense again from BRK. It's going to be Black Dragons going back onto the attack of this particular bomb site. Let's see how they choose to address it. Are they going to try and force out that library, or are they going to simply push in through the dining side of things?
I love seeing this bomb site come into the mainstream bomb sites for mainstream viability for Chalet. It's giving a new vibe to this map, where this map has oftentimes been kind of just a
Stale.
Well, a stale map, one map that every team feels comfortable on, not necessarily feels as their best map, but is comfortable on.
Yeah, and I feel like, you know, you're definitely right. That bomb site does lend a little bit of a third element to the map as a whole, whether it be in a team's comfort or uncomfortability on this map. Just honestly, the entertainment value as well, because seeing that third bomb site is ever so nice when you don't have to see the same two over and over again.
And one Valcam's going to be spotted out here by Kamikaze. I think that's the second of 3 Valcams getting taken out very early on. One thing we haven't seen, and surprisingly we didn't see it on console at all, was an IQ. We haven't seen any IQ tonight, to my recollection.
No, I don't believe we have, and that's been allowing the cameras to have a little bit more of a leeway to gather information, but it's not the end of the world. There's been a lot of mutes as well, so mute and IQ have an interesting engagement. Does slow down IQ somewhat, but at the same time, gathering info on those mutes is super useful.
Do the mute jammers stop IQ's device?
I would imagine they do, but more importantly, I think that the IQ does detect the mute jammers, which means that she will be gathering a lot of information on the mute jammers. But wow, okay, so Psycho's just gonna go ahead and go for this crawl up the ladder. The grenade will cover his ascent, and he will make it to the balcony. This is incredibly important. Neski's got to contend with 2 people now, and he will miss the shot onto Psycho, which is going to mean, and Psycho and Kamikaze are aware of his position, although he's playing a very common one. Kamikaze going to start things off here with a kill on to Yuk, Nesk's cohort in this library. Now it's all down to Nesk to single-handedly hold against 2 different BD attackers.
Now, is likely going to be Kamikaze trying to push into the window. Zig will tag the kill there on a PZD, though.
Oh, wow.
4
Interesting
on
there.
4. That's the second time that they forego that balcony. Psycho, however, will tag Nesk down for the trade, but not before Ty gets taken down by a frag.
I don't think Ness knew that there were people already in gaming room, but he will actually deny the defuse plant. He could have done it from the drop, but I think the dropping down was the right call. Meanwhile, Psycho's going to be planting behind the A-bomb site, and we will have Zig take him down through that mirror window.
It looks as though the shots from the MPX of Valkyrie will hit 9XT down. Kamikaze gonna be the last man alive. He is being spotted out, droned out, and spotted. And that is gonna be it for round number 6, going into BRK's hands. I believe that makes it 3-3.
Good momentum there for BRK, and I like how they didn't commit themselves fully to that library hold. We've seen a lot, whenever a team decides to defend a bar gaming room, they almost certainly commit fully to library, either playing 2 or 3 players there and not falling off of it until it's too little too late. And in that instance, of course, Yuk did get taken out very early in the round, but we did have Nesk afterwards fall off of library without trying to contend the balcony push.
Now, if my memory serves me correctly, that is 3 successful bar and gaming room holds.
Nobody's won an attack on bar gaming yet. It's been entirely defensive sided, which is really quite interesting.
It's definitely eye-opening, especially to some teams that have been looking at this map saying, how do we play this map differently? We know how other teams play it. How do we play it differently? This is how you play it. You look heavily into this bomb site of the bar and gaming room. You take a look at how these teams are holding it, how these teams are attacking it, and you try to make it your own.
Right, and now basement defense from Black Dragons. Previously they were unsuccessful here. What happened is that we had BRK take full vertical control, open up the floor and just kill the anchors, as well as I think they got a kill or 2 onto the roamers earlier in the round without losing anyone themselves. Now, it doesn't seem like they have a fuse this time, so that extra amount of pressure isn't going to happen, or it doesn't going to exist for BRK, but all the same, they're still going to clear out that roam game in all likelihood early on before pushing their way downstairs.
Yeah, Fuse had gotten a double kill last time at this site. One with his cluster charge, 2 tagging a kill coming from a defender coming out of the bar.
Psycho's going to be roaming up in this library. Nesk has already made his way into the library balcony. This is extremely dangerous for Psycho. He's worried about the Nesk. He knows that his bookshelf window has been opened. He's just waiting for that drone, and it's going to come through. Valkyrie is not actually going to reposition. This is interesting. Julio might be able to nade from underneath.
You can definitely see that there are going to be multiple avenues covered here. Yuk's on this main balcony looking in towards display L, It looks as though with Jaeger, that's going to be popping up from the back stairs. 9XT might be met with a couple bullets flying his way. And we still have Yuke on that balcony looking down towards Psycho. Like you said, has not necessarily repositioned too much other than going from corner to drop to corner, back and forth. Yuke has gotten off of that top balcony, moved on over to the fireplace window, and then decides, hey, let's get back up there, try to cover some lanes. 9XT actually navigated out. He's going to go back downstairs.
Very slow, patient round here from both of these teams. Neither of them really wanted to take the jump, the leap, the risk to make a serious play onto the other.
Now, if Psycho and Kamikaze can waste about 20 more seconds or so and then safely make it back to site, that's going to be drastically in favor of Black Dragons, being able to waste over 2/3 of the round.
They've done just that. Kamikaze, even to put a cherry on top, is going to take out Yuke, and Psycho's going to eliminate Nesk, I believe that is. Yes, and now it's a 3-on-5 with only 49 seconds. BRK not seeming like they really have a full grasp on this round, as they do lose another player to 9XT. It is a 2-on-5.
I mean, now with this garage being opened up, it's not enough to actually get in through. Kamikaze's going to go back downstairs. Psycho's still inside of this library. Instead, he's now over connector, feels the nade. He's going to back on out of there and likely stay inside for the moment. He hears the shot, he hears the entry from Julio. Camera's going to come on out, but the shed shot's going to answer in return. Another progression going to happen here as 9XT and Kamikaze both are out of commission. Julio falls down into bar. He's going to give away his position. That's going to give the cue for Psycho to look on down, and shots go down. Julio will fall. Last man alive is going to be the shots there, and I think that's one who's just been taken out. Ty will come on up strong with the final kill of round number 7. Black Dragon now leads by 1.
And I believe they are also on match point, as they are 3-4 in favor of Black Dragons. So, Black Dragons looking to push us to that 3rd map. As you may or may not know, BRK did win the previous map very decisively. And if we get this victory in favor of Black Dragons, we will go to map number 3, which is going to be Bank.
True fact, we've only seen Kitchen Trophy held once.
Yep. And it was successful. It was a clutch by PZD, but it essentially strategically was unsuccessful as BRK picked apart that Black Dragons defense fairly well. Now BRK going to be defending the basement for their hopes of pushing this into overtime and denying the map number 3. I believe last time they defended this, they also got a really good run out, and they managed to put themselves in such a man advantage that when BD was making the push into the bomb site, they just didn't have enough power.
Now BRK is going to need to win 3 out of the next 4 rounds if they want to secure this spot at LAN. However, it's going to be quite a feat. Black Dragon just needs to win this round in particular. They need to win this attack if they want to take it to map 3, keeping their hopes and dreams alive of trying to redeem themselves from their semifinal defeat last season.
Meanwhile, BRK's trying to redeem themselves from their final defeat in the last season. I mean, both of these teams, we talked about it before, they both went to LAN, had a good run at LAN, and unfortunately both lost at LAN. BD is going to be clearing out this library. They've got plenty of time here. No contention into the library so far from BRK, but we will have Nesk pushing up these main stairs. He's looking for the possibility to take out the Twitch on the balcony. He's going to be droned out by PZD, whether he knows it or not, and that's going to give PZD a leg up in this engagement. Meanwhile, Kamikaze coming in through Master. He's conscious of the bandit who was inside of the upstairs hallway. Nesk is going to take out PZD. That's by the main stairs. That's going to be a good initial kill there for BRK. It looks like they want to bring us to overtime.
Very possible. Now Twitch, like you said, just got taken out. A minute and a half left to go. Yuke's going to try to dodge a couple bullets by drop shotting, moving away. He knows he can't win the engagement. He's now just trying to backtrack, waste as much time as possible. Kamikaze is going to try to fight that and progress even further. Tosses a flashbang to the left. Looks to the left, making sure that he didn't get over to the shelving unit over there. And Psycho, he's also been disoriented. He's going to move on over towards the kitchen stairs.
There's only a minute left for a BD, and they have control, but they do not have the man count, as well as there are still Yuke roaming in that gaming hallway, waiting for BD to progress onto him. Actually, he's going to fall back downstairs, but still, there's not much time left. And the pressure is mounting.
We've seen this pretty regularly from both teams, is once that 60-second mark hits, everyone gets back onto site, they hunker down. However, there's Jaeger popping on out from the snowmobile garage, unexpectedly meeting the headshot, or the shots from 9XT.
And there's that man count bouncing back into an even count.
Now we saw this almost go in favor of the defenders last time there was a clutch moment here going down the wire. However, Black Dragons looking like they want to take this home as 9XT is working his way towards the back hall. Holes being opened up inside of the fireplace stairwell, or fireplace hallway here, and we are going to have a couple people. That's Ty also tossing an 8 down in from the drop hatch in the connector. With 15 seconds left to go, they need to start this up. That's going to be poor timing of a flashbang. It's going to flash Ty. Kamikaze's going to snag 1 kill, picks up the trade there. That's going to be Julio getting a trade now. Ty, in return, answers with his own frag as Psycho picks up a kill.
Timer!
There's going to be Yuke, and the defenders are going to win this one. Black Dragons, no, that's not, I'm sorry, the attackers are going to win this round. That's going to be the end of the round. Black Dragons able to win this in just a hair notice tag, and the final kill in the connector. Black Dragons will win this 5-3. We're going to go into map number 3, which is going to be Bank.
That last round came down to a millisecond victory there for the attackers. If the Habana had not shot at that bandit and killed him at the instant bandit killed the buck, it would have been overtime for BRK as it was on the 0-second count. What a nice try there on that defense.
Could have very well been the difference between the 17 millisecond ping, which we saw the Latin American scene have, as opposed to like the 60, 75 millisecond ping that we have in the other regions. But no, nonetheless, ladies and gents, that is going to be map number 2 under wraps. Black Dragon walking away with that victory. Now that is 1 map apiece, which means we will get underway in our 3rd and final map of this evening, of this series. And again, winner will walk away with that seed into LAN. And we'll have to see them next week to determine the actual seeding, whether or not it's going to be 1st or 2nd.
Yeah, I think we all expected this match to go to the 3rd map. No big surprises. And it will, you know, on Bank, I think it could be anyone's game, to be honest.
It definitely could be. I mean, I'm expecting to see some Jackal play. We saw Bank last series. There was no Jackal. I'm expecting to see him this play. And we talked about it before, that when we have a lot of roamers on top side and there's a lot of pressure on servers, whatever it may be, when the bomb site's downstairs, we haven't seen a lot of pressure from Garage. That's one of the things I'm going to be looking for from these teams is, are they going to identify this extra pressure on the top floor inside of open area, and are they going to try to push in through Garage?
I mean, in theory, Garage is feasible. However, we haven't seen a team really put a lot of emphasis on the Garage as of late. It doesn't seem to be inside of the meta right now, and it could find its way there, but I'm not sure. I mean, we saw it played when Montaigne was the meta, you know, because you could make that easy, concise push on straight on in through the Garage, cover your teammates and lock out the Garage as the attackers easily. But I don't know. Since he got phased out, he just hasn't seen it. Just hasn't been kind of the lane people want to push.
Yeah,
anymore.
I was gonna say we saw it with the Monty with the Glass being able to get behind the armored car, just look on and basically close out the red hall. But like you said, after the nerfs that both of those operators had seen, that kind of faded away, and now it's all about pushing in through server, opening up the drop hatches. Every now and again, we might see some kind of push from the tellers dropping into the vault area, but even that kind of phased out. I remember actually, I think it was season 3, I think it was, we saw our first ever quick drop, and it was in Bank, dropping into that red shower area, if you will, where the sprinklers are going, and that was definitely like a sight to see. It was like one of those like, oh snap, Hibana can do this sort of thing? Yeah,
quick drops used to be kind of like one of those things where you could bring it out in the middle of a round or the beginning of a round and catch the defenders off guard. Since then, it's kind of become sort of like
expected thing. Like you watch those hatches when they get opened.
Yeah, everybody's kind of prepped and ready to go when it comes to those drop downs. They're going to have at least one defender staring at it for the first 30 seconds.
Now, was there anything that surprised you or that you want to talk about from our previous Bank game, which we saw earlier, that kind of like was like, hey, this is part of the Latin American scene, which isn't a part of anything else?
Not necessarily, no. Not actually, there wasn't a whole lot of deviation when it came to the Latin Americans, or at least what we saw between Fontaine and how we saw INTZ try to defend or attack on Bank. There was no big surprise. It was also a pretty decisive match. So there weren't a lot of rounds played. There wasn't a lot of deviation, and there's a lot less to talk about there, to be honest. But the lack of a Jackal, that's somewhat different, I suppose. But that's more of a thing that the other regions have over the Latin American region. It's like we actually bring Jackal. We account for the fact that we need to clear out these roamers. And you know, there were a lot of instances, and we talked about it before, where if we had INTZ or Black Dragon, or sorry, not Black Dragons, rather, want bring that Jackal, they probably would have had a much more easier go of winning some of their attack rounds because they were just clearing out that roamer.
I think that's right. I mean, we like you said, Gohan was inside of the closet. They missed the Twitch and the Hibana both missed him, and that led to one of the rounds just annihilation. But we are going to get underway here, ladies and gentlemen. This is our third and final map in this series. Winner takes all here on Bank. Now, Black Dragon's going to start on attack. BRK Esports going to start on defense. And like I said, winner will go up into the LAN event here in Cologne, Germany. Loser is going to have to watch it at home.
So all the pressures come down to this one last map. Now, basement defense going to be starting us off here for BRK. That's going to be bringing that Jaeger, same as usual. Julio on the Echo. Valkyrie from 1. Zig is going to be bringing Pulse and Yuk the Bandit. All pretty standard for these players. Meanwhile, on attack, PZD with the Twitch. Thigh with the Thermite. The Ash from Kamikaze. Psycho on Hibana, and 9XT on that Blackbeard.
Now there is going to be a little bit of a roam game at least, as we do have the drop hatch inside of that top janitor's closet getting opened up after the reinforcements went down inside of the middle CEO office. So obviously there's going to be some kind of roam game. How strict it's going to be, how fluid it's going to be, is going to be up to Nesk and Yuk, as those are the two chosen ones.
The main thing we want to see is how committed it's going to be. How long are we going to have BRK stay upstairs? Are they going to try and force it out, draw a line in the sand, and just play in their little sand castle upstairs, or will they fall back into the bomb site as soon as they get pressured?
I'm going to say they'll stay up until 60 seconds exactly. that tends to be how they fall back. It's like 60 seconds, we're going.
How it's been happening this whole match?
Yes, that is my prediction. However, PCD is going to be here. He's repelled into the CEO office. He's going to start his clear from there as Ty continues to drone on out for him. And Nesk is going to be holding down Garage, keeps on re-peeking. I like this. It means, like, the fact that Nesk is here looking at Garage means that they are not assuming that Garage is just not going to be touched.
How many teams do that?
Yes. How many teams make assumptions that this is not a viable entry point? Because the moment you assume that, guess what? The attacking squad's going to be there, and you're going to regret making that assumption.
Yeah, about 80% of teams right now are they just assume Garage is empty until it becomes too late. They forfeit control. I like that BRK is playing that game inside the Garage, but also like how they're playing so much on the bomb site right now. As time ticks away, we are at the half-round point.
They all fell back to site.
Yeah, and BD don't really have, but they have control. Like, they have control over the entire top floor right now.
They do,
but they don't have any actual avenues yet into the bomb site.
Yeah, Nesk and you kind of fell back earlier than expected, I'll say. But nonetheless, they walk away without getting any damage done to them, so they will be very viable as the rounds continue to unfold. Looks as though we are going to have the server drop get opened up, which is where Pulse was. Looks like he's going to back on out. Nesk, though, picking up 1 kill into Kamikaze there in the main stairwell.
He's going to have been lit up, but he still came out on top in the engagement, so that's the important thing. You can see here, not a lot of emphasis being placed on the server by either team. There is a Pulse playing in server who is single-handedly holding it, but Black Dragons aren't attacking that way. They're going for these drop-downs instead. And with only 37 seconds left to go, they really need to make this push happen now. Yeah,
this is basically going to be a quick drop into, I want to say, what we were just saying, something we haven't seen much of. It's going to be a quick drop into the lockers area, or into that reception vault area. They're going to try to pop in through the window of B, and hopefully they'll be successful. Again, Zig's calling out that no one's here. They're going to go for the back tush. We already see Tide dropped. Everyone's here. It looks like some shots going to go into Garage from 9XT. Wonderful push. That's going to be a 4-on-3 now, and 2-on-4. Now we have a 9XT last man alive. He's got the shield in front of his head. One Zig and Julio are going to be here. One gets down in the process. Deago's going to come on out. He gets finished, but again, he will not have time to get that diffuser. Tries to go into the cold and will not see anybody. Round is going to go in the hands of defenders, and fortunately for them, that's going to be the first round on the board for them.
So, BRK with a nice turtle strat on the basement will come out on top, and you can see their emphasis on the defense was so focused over by the elevator side of things, by the B-bomb side, rather than the server, which is different, to say the least. Now, Black Dragons, they're going to be going to their own defense, and it will be, I believe, onto the same exact bomb site, that basement hole, as we so commonly see.
We're having Capital be chosen this time around for this basement, and I want to say that that is most likely going to be used from the server doorway, kind of where we see 9XT, onto the wall facing the between A and B, the wall by the red corridor. And typically that's just going to be trying to stop any kind of mirror window, that if it's there, or just any kind of grenade toss.
Yeah, that would stand to reason. That'd be a good attack strategy. Try and counter the red wall holes if they're going for a server take, although we haven't been seeing a server take so far, having only played one round. We'll see if that is what BRK's intention is. Spawn. Yep, it looks like it might be a server take. They have spawned primarily on, in a position on the north side. Some have come from the back alley, though. It's going to be a little bit of everything.
This is a 4-1 split. There are 4 roamers from Black Dragons on the top floor.
Okay, so if they did commit to a server tunnel server take right now, it would almost certainly be a wipe. Yeah. All they need to do is get by whoever's holding in the A bomb site, and it's done. And there's nobody holding in the A bomb site. They're going to drone this out right now. One might detect that there is no one holding in server, nor is there anyone holding in the bomb site, and they could just waltz on in.
Nesk is already there. He's going to move right on in. Now he doesn't have the diffuser. Julio's got to follow suit right behind him, but he is. He's already in server. They're already there. Now you see all blue members. It's all Black Dragons. They're all trying to come back on the site. They realize the mistake and the overlook that they've made. Yuke's actually going to be here. He's got his drone in position. Sees him. Goes for the shots with a wonderful pre-fire. Nesk will land the shot there on the 9XT. Zig, however, does meet his own fate by tie. And it looks as though that early push got them into position, but it has not gotten the plant down just yet. BRK, unfortunately, not able to take advantage fully of getting onto site.
I think they were a little antsy, did not expect there to be 4 roamers. They didn't count out the roamers, they just counted out the fact that there was no one in server. And because of that, it did allow for BD to rotate back onto the site.
Looks as though the drop shot from one lands yet again. Another kill on the Kamikaze. 4 on 3 still. I like that position from Yuke. He was inside of the alley corridor, waiting to get in. He was just on drone, calling it out for everyone at the top of server stairs to pre-fire, go for the shots, go for the kill. Now, Ty does have a C4. He's able to toss on out, but who has got his drone there? He's going to call that forward. A minute left to go. One's trying to prone his way in.
There's no thermite right now for BRK, so they're not going to be able to open up that wall quite the way they want.
I hope he goes garage, because that late garage game, that is where he's going to go. That late garage game is going to be killer.
This flank from BRK, they're just waiting patiently for that Nest to find his way into the garage. Meanwhile, the fire arrows are coming out on this push.
C4 gets tossed on over, and there's going to be one trying to hop up on the desk. Does not land what needed to be done, but however, Julio is there to get the trade. And Ty, unfortunately, not having any more C4, he will be still there underneath of the desk. Now, Nest has gotten his way in. There's the flank. That's what needed to happen. Nest with a double kill on a PZD, and Ty, round number 2, will go to BRK Esports.
Nice read there for Nesk, coming from the garage, realizing that the entire BD defense is focused towards the server, and all he needed to do was waltz up behind them. That is all that was necessary to win the round, and now BRK feeling very strong here on Bank. It was a very simple attack there for them, straight in through the server. They did give up a little bit of potential momentum in that they didn't force out the bomb site, allowing BD to rotate off that 4-1 roam game. However, despite that, the slow methodical take worked in the end for BRK.
It did, and I have to hand it to Nesk and the rest of his team. Whoever made that call of, hey, get your butt over to that garage and go for the flank, that was a mid-game adaptation that ultimately won the round. We are going to see Tellers and Archives get chosen here as the next bomb site for BRK, and they're going to be opening up a lot of the drop hatches, playing top floor. Again, very similar to what we've seen previous teams do if you want to hold on to Tellers and Archives. I'd like to also see some of the open area hold, which we talked previously about. I'd like to see how that's going to unfold today.
Yeah, we've been seeing very much a focus on the more standard bomb sites so far in this map. In contrast to what we saw in Chalet earlier today, that is somewhat surprising. I mean, Chalet, bar, right? And here we're seeing just Archives. No open area, no CEO, nothing surprising. Just Archives for the second defense of BRK, since they were successful in their abasement. Now, Black Dragons, they're going to be attacking onto the said Archives, and it looks like they're going to come from the lobby. I really like that attack. Coming from the lobby is usually the right way to handle this particular bomb site, unless you're trying to clear from the top down, which is actually poor observation in the initial there. It looks like, yeah, BG's going for that top-down attack.
Now, PZD previously has gotten his way into the CEO office, but this time BRK is ready for it as they have, I believe that's going to be smoke on the top floor inside a janitor's closet with a mirror window. Ooh, actually gets a C4 underneath. Wonderful eye, we'll call it.
Yeah, Nest playing in that storage room with the mirror is going to delay this attack so very long. Because, oh wait, no, that's a Habana, I think, onto the Mira. That's going to force Nesk to rotate downstairs.
He goes all the way downstairs, all the way down into the lockers and or into the lockers and main hallway by garage.
Interesting. It didn't really, the mirror window and storage didn't really save any time there, as you could tell, for BRK. Just because all of that needed to happen was Psycho placed a Habana charge onto it, and it was kaput.
But what it did do was allow for, it used up at least one Hibana charge, so now they're going to have a tough time trying to push in if they were from open area into Archives. Or worse yet, even from the stairs, which you see the rappel happening right now. Nesk hears it, he hears the rappel, go for the kill, wonderful shot. Hey, he says, okay, you took a raid of my mirror, guess what, I'll take rid of your life, and Nesk just winning that engagement very easily.
Nesk is very clearly a vengeful beast.
That's also why you don't rappel down skylights, period.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, that is something we should talk about. The fact that Psycho rappelled down that skylight, okay, I understand your team told you they have control, but that is just super dangerous.
You don't do, there's not a single skylight in this map that I would suggest ever rappelling onto.
Wait, thinking, and agreed.
There it is. Now the wall will get opened up. There is a thermite, though, to do the work of the Hibana that has fallen early on. 35 seconds to go. Yuke's going to progress back here into the back of Archives as one is on the tight 90-degree corner. Wall gets opened up. Feet will not get tagged. Shotgun from underneath. That's also Diffuser that's fallen. Gas grenade going to come on out. That's going to finish him off. Nesk with another kill here. 2 on 5. 9XT and Kamikaze last two alive. And it looks as though one will smack down the kill there on the Kamikaze. 9XT last man. He's inside of the lobby downstairs by elevator. 10 seconds ago. Disorientation not going to be in his favor. He's going to turn his back to open area, and that will be the end of him. Yuke swinging on that with the MP7, and that is BRK winning round number 3. They now go up 3-0 on Bank.
What a round there from Nesk and just BRK in general. They very clearly have a better understanding of this map. Black Dragons have been putting in quite a lot of work on these rounds, but it's just not enough. BRK manages to come back from everything that Black Dragons throws at them. Now, BD going back onto the defense, BRK back onto the attack. No surprises in the operator selection, and life will continue. Not sure exactly where they're defending, as I do not read Portuguese, and it will be, ladies and gentlemen, drumroll please, the basement defense yet again from Black Dragons. They have, yet, as of this moment, been unsuccessful in the entirety of defending or attacking. I mean, they haven't won a single round.
Now Nesk is shining bright like he has previously. This, I don't believe Nesk has played much Sledge, if I recall correctly, unless he has been, and I just am not recognizing him. But
no, he's been playing primarily Ash.
Ash, that's what I thought. Him being on Sledge is a little bit different, especially for a bomb site which doesn't necessarily have too much vertical authority, we'll say.
Yeah, no, the vertical destructibility is not going to be coming out here for BRK.
The thought process has to be for clearing out roamers on the top floor, potentially opening up janitor closet or CEO wall or what have you.
I mean, that's gonna be very useful, but at the same time, you are giving up that 3-speed with the fantastic gun that Ash does have, which is still a big risk. I think that Nesk will be able to make it work, though. Now, again, BRK just going to be clearing out these top floors before they push downstairs. You really got to do this on Bank. You got to make sure you have full grasp of the roam game. Unless you just focus entirely onto a server push, which is what happens a lot of the time. As you can see here, Black Dragons, they are not going for that 4-1 split anymore. They're going to be holding a little bit more steadfast in the bomb site.
See, I like how with BRK Esports and Nesk doing that late roam the last time on this site, it forced Psycho to use one of those Valcams in Garage, which ultimately, as we said before, is the Garage push is non-existent. And so that's going to force one of the Valcams to be taken out of commission from somewhere else and be put down into Garage for that potential late flank.
BRK now going for that push, having control over this roam. They've droned out everything they need to drone out. They're covering the angles, and now with still half of the round to go, they are going to poise themselves to push into the bomb sites.
Black Dragons is playing a 5-man on-site defense, or very close to being on-site. One of the things that we used to see, I think it was during the 6th Invitational and possibly Season 1 of Year 2, is we actually see a pulse inside of gold bars looking in towards server and just using that heartbeat sensor to say, okay, this is where that push is coming from. We haven't seen that just yet, and therefore, we are going to be seeing Kamikaze utilize that yokai to get that kind of information. So with 3 backing gold bars, this is kind of a little collapse, a little claustrophobic, I want to say.
Yeah.
ECD's going to toss out 1 gas grenade, 50 seconds left to go. There are 2 members inside of the middle office looking down through the drop hatch.
Black Dragons right now are a little bit bunched up, but at the same time, BRK, they don't have a lot of direct avenues to make this attack happen. They're going to have to get very spontaneous, very fast, with only 34 seconds to go.
And now it looks as though Zig will try to move in forward. No, we actually have Nesk. Nesk is going to be the one to try to bait these out. He's going to take this damage and allow Julio to potentially get the diffuser planted momentarily. That is going to be the last gas grenade, I believe, coming out of PZD. There are 10 seconds left to go. Now the C4s should be tossed out. You can already see Valkyrie getting into position. Plant's going to go down by Julio, though. Will he get C4'd? No, he won't. He's going to get that down with plenty of time to walk away. However, as I say that, we will have the shots being laying down back and forth. One's going to snag a kill out of Kamikaze. Back and forth it goes. The trade comes out. Yuke picks up Psycho. A 4-on-3. Now with diffuser planted, that's going to leave about 35 seconds to go. And we have a flank. No, we do not have a flank coming out just yet. Ty and Kamikaze, last man alive. Nesk is going to down one, pick off another. Ty, though, will get the trade down onto him as he swings on out into the servers. He will be taken down, and BRK is going to win round number 4. We are going to see this go 4-0. Potentially what could be a flawless map here for BRK.
BRK with an excellent execution into the main server, clearing out that full roam game upstairs before just doing a basic server take. I mean, nothing really to say about that there. You saw clearly that BD, they poorly spaced their gas canisters, and then they didn't utilize their C4s at all. Somewhat of an interesting decision there from them. And then after that, I mean, BRK just planted the diffuser. I mean, again, a very basic BRK take. Now, we will be having BRK going on to defense to hopefully get this flawless map. They are on match point, of course. They will be going into the basement, which is their preferred bomb site, I believe. And as you can see here from the scoreboard, BRK has got to be feeling very strong here on Bank. Very happy. And meanwhile, Black Dragons seemingly just doesn't have a full grasp of this particular map. I mean, we saw a struggle between these two teams in the previous maps played. Here on this map, nah, it's definitely BRK.
Yeah, instead of a struggling on the maps, it's basically just Black Dragon struggling to win a round. And unfortunately, that's how this map is unfolding. But at the same time, this just goes to show that you don't bring BRK Esports to Bank. So judging by this map, this round, or this game in particular, if a team is to go up against BRK Esports in the LAN event, I foresee a
no bank.
A no bank ban, basically a directed bank ban saying, no, BRK, we're done with it.
Yeah, especially considering how good BD was looking earlier in this matchup, I don't think that anyone's going to want to bring BRK to this.
Now, PZD had a very good drone. You saw the patience. He decided to not tag Uke. Instead, he's going to continue to call that out. He's going to call that out, and potentially Uke will be wallbanged through the cubicles inside of the open area. No, looks like he's navigated away. There's still 2/3 of the round left to go. Plenty of time here for the attackers to go forward and kind of progress onto the site, but there's still 5 defenders they have to deal with.
Yeah, and again, Zig is just soloing this server. Black Dragon's not pressuring the server at all. It looks like they're going to go for the same drop-down attack that they did last time, which did not work at all. And only half the round to go here. They've only just now started to take control over these, well, the drop-downs that they're going to utilize in their push. This is very worrisome. Oh, look at that, rappelling onto a on a skylight again. It's so dangerous, Psycho.
Now, we did have Zig inside of the servers utilizing that heartbeat sensor. Since that got opened up, my expectation of him is to rotate back into gold, which he might be doing just now because the drop hatch of server did open. No, he's actually going to stay inside the server. He's behind the server stack. Uke will be blinded out, though. We'll see where he's actually in. He's going to be inside of the lobby of the site here, the lobby of the downstairs vault. Moving on over, he has been droned down. But Zig still going to hard pressure the server. Right now, it's not looking like BRK's in a position to stop kind of the drops from Black Dragons. Kamikaze's going to be one of the first members to drop in through tellers here momentarily. 40 seconds to go. Julio's now looking in from gold towards Red Hall.
It all comes down to BRK being able to receive these drop downs with only 36 seconds.
Flashbang's going to come out. Uke tags one. He gets traded with another shot. PZD unable to get another kill here. Onto the shots coming in through gold. And we will have Psycho smacking the shots there onto one. A 3-on-3. And with 20 seconds left to go, Ty needs to move in forward. Psycho's going to hold the cover as Ty goes for the plant. Now Zig and Nesk, last two alive. Nesk doesn't hear it. He's going to stay put for now. There comes the shots, and there's a tag down. Last man alive is going to be Zig. And PCD's there to drop the headshot, grab the frag, and that is Black Dragons finally securing a round here.
What a collapse from Black Dragons. Definitely deserve that win. But will it be enough now that they've won a single round on Bank? They have to win 3 more in a row to get overtime and keep their hopes and dreams alive of that LAN event. What happened in that round was a little bit of an unorthodox attack into the basement, of obviously ignoring the server and pushing straight in through their drop downs, and it actually ended up working somewhat, as it seems like BRK got a little bit too passive, they didn't try to hard hold the drops, when arguably they really easily could have.
They could have.
Now, BD, they're going to go down into their own basement defense. What happened here last time a BD defended was BRK simply took control of the entire two top floors. Then they pushed in through the server, got a very basic defuse plant through the server wall, and that's the end of the round.
Now, we are still on match point. We're on series point.
Oh.
We are on LAN invite point here for BRK Esports.
Yo.
What do you want?
Smoke hasn't brought, or sorry, Black Dragons hasn't brought a smoke. They've opted to, they're opening up the server wall. They've brought an echo instead, and they're intentionally opening that up, and they haven't brought a smoke. That is so interesting. What is the strat here from Black Dragons? They've also opened up the garage wall. Is this just another one of those roam games, the heavy roam games that they did last time? I don't see it right now. Most of them are in the basement. I'm curious about the setup.
They've got PZD at the very top. Psycho and 9XT are going to be on the main floor. Psycho's rotating back down towards garage. But, yeah, this is not one of those 4-1 splits which we saw previously.
What's the strat? I like how Thai is conscious of one's Twitch drone, putting down these mirror windows late. He knows where it needs to go, and he knows he can't see anyone through it right now, so why put it down early? Risk the Twitch drone.
Now PZD, who was the roamer topside, he went all the way back downstairs. 9XT is going to follow suit momentarily, and there's almost going to be no roam game here.
It's interesting the way that Black Dragons have set themselves up on this bomb site. It does really seem like it heavily favors overall just the. It really seems like it's for BRK, but I can't imagine they're going to be doing something for BRK with the pressure is so high right now. Looks like BRK might be just going for another server attack. They're going to open up the drop downs, of course, but ultimately it looks like they might push in through the server. BD has nobody playing in Red Hall, but they have plenty of mirror windows by the B bomb site facing into A.
Now, it's possible, I would not expect it, but it's possible that the wall is getting opened up to allow for a lack of frag grenades getting tossed in. That way the yokai has a lower chance of getting destroyed.
It's also that right now the way it's open, I don't think you can go through it, which means that they're going to need to use someone with soft wall destructibility to open it up. A Thermite can't play a charge on that as far as I can tell.
That's also very possible. Yes, if you can't make it so that they can just back their butt up and play it backwards.
See how it is BRK chooses to handle this. They do have the sledge, which might be just enough. Yo, if that Twitch drone's able to open up the mirror window, that's going to really put a hamper onto the Black Dragon's defense. You can see the Echo drone prepping itself to go in and try to stop the defuse plant.
Now here we go. It's a 5-on-5. The action is going to unfold right now. 30 seconds to go. The yokai stopped once. The yokai has stopped twice.
20 seconds.
Are going to see if the yokai can stand the test of time. No, it's going to get destroyed. It will stop it, but however the diffuser or the C4 comes out, Julio will fall, gets taken out of commission. Psycho with a double kill on a Uke, and that's going to be a 3-on-5 now with Kamikaze getting destroyed. Psycho's going to be drastically hurt. Plant's going to try to go down by Zig. They don't have a line of sight. There's no smoke. There's no C4 getting tossed out. Zig's going to get that plant gone, and PZD's going to be the last man alive. This is going to be it. BRK Esports is going to win this round. Diffuser planted, and it is going to be inside of BRK Esports' grasp. They have grabbed it, and they are now going to go to LAN as the second Latin American team to follow suit here with Team Font.
Yeah, and of course they'll decide on the seeding there, but congratulations to BRK coming out on top there. I'm not sure where one came from there at the end of the round, but that was very clearly the saving grace, coming up behind the defenders and getting that 3K, opening up for his team.
There we have it, ladies and gents. Congratulations to BRK Esports, the former team known as Black Dragons from the previous season. Made it all the way to the grand finals of Season 1. They're going to have their chance at it again as they are going to be heading to Cologne, Germany Gamescom to then fight off against the world, basically.
Yeah. And it's going to be quite an interesting event. And again, congratulations to you, BRK. Look forward to meeting all of you in Gamescom. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from those past 3 maps that we just saw played and see what it is that caused BRK to come out on top in its entirety.
Yeah, and we started out on Consulate. This is where Zig managed to clutch around. This is that 3v5 victory here. And that was going to be the 3rd K here, the 3K, and unfortunately, though, he was able to sneak back up the yellow stairs.
Yeah, a little bit of an unfortunate whiff there from Ty, just staring away from the mirror. Meanwhile, this was some excellent gunplay from INTZ. He still didn't manage to win that round, though.
I mean, these kills...
Oh, is this the PZD clutch?
Might have been.
This is the PZD clutch.
PZD tags one, he moves on over, he tags another. There it was, and I think that was... Did time get played out there? No, there it was. That was the clutch there through the 3K.
And the second match, of course, was on Chalet. This is where we saw Black Dragons make their comeback and start to fight against the BRK onslaught.
Yep, so Chalet was our second map. This one went in favor of Black Dragons. BRK took over Consulate. And we're going to get underway here momentarily after a few more highlights onto our third and final map, which we just got done seeing on Bank. Now that was a very clever kill that we just saw from the Bank corridor over towards Fireplace.
A lot of these rounds, I have to say, went into the favor of the opposite team that I was expecting. You know, you're thinking to yourself, oh, BRK's got this, and then suddenly out of nowhere, Black Dragons will step up and win the round. And then in the vice versa, it happened quite a lot as well. I mean, it was just back and forth between these two teams.
Yep.
This was a great roam game here from Nesk. I think he got a 3K, possibly a 4K on that round. No, it's a 3K. It was a really well done one, though. And here's that 3K1 put into the last round, coming from behind. Not sure how he got there. Must have been through one of the drop downs and taking out all of the defenders. He really did win that round for his team.
He did. He did. So, ladies and gentlemen, again, congratulations to BRK Esports along with Team Font, formerly known as Santos Dexterity. They are now going to be the 2 Latin American teams forcing their way and accepting that invite into the LAN event. But let's take a look at the brackets now for the playoffs to see how everything unfolded today. We started off with our first game of Team Font, again, formerly known as Santos Dexterity, winning 2-0 in a very decisive match against INTZ. That ended up being in a 10-1 series and giving Team Font that first invite to the LAN event. Black Dragons and BRK Esports is what we just got done witnessing, and that went to the 3rd map, and the first 2 maps were very close. 3rd one, not so much. BRK Esports showing that they have the longevity in their gameplay, the endurance to come through and win that. They're going to go up against Team Font next week, and that is merely to decide the seeding of 1 and 2 for the brackets of the LAN event. INTZ and Black Dragons going to go to determine that 3rd and 4th seed. That's going to give them 2 things. One, it's going to be used to determine 3rd place and saying, okay, if Team Font or BRK Esports for whatever reason are unable to make it to the LAN event, that 3rd place team will then fill that spot. On top of that, that's also going to help determine the prize pool money.
Of course, that's quite a significant one as well. I mean, for this last year, we've had way more prize pool money than we had in the previous years. It's upwards of like 1.2, 1.5 for the whole year.
Yeah, something like that. Like I think it's $237,000 in total for this season. Next season, season 3, I think is around 275,000 or 300.
And the invitational at the end of the year, yeah, it's going to be $500 million.
Ridiculous.
So it's getting up there. So of course, despite the fact that INTZ and Black Dragons will not be making it to the LAN final itself, they will still be competing quite fiercely, I'm sure, for that extra little bit.
Yes, and so that is going to be how today unfolded. Next week, as we see, are going to be the winners final and the losers final. And that is ultimately, I'm happy about how it all turned out, but at the same time, I never would have expected it. Like, there are some of the teams there, you couldn't say one was going to win over the other. Like the matchup that we just got done watching, who was going to win, Black Dragons or BRK, it was a very tough decision to make.
Yeah, no, arguably that was a little bit of a close match. I think though the Font versus INTZ match was kind of a little bit predictable. Yeah. I thought INTZ was going to bring it to the 3rd map, to be completely honest with you. I thought they would have at least one map where they were managed to show us something, as they are a really good team. It just, something was off with them today, and unfortunately they weren't able to compete. Yeah,
it's unfortunate that today of all days was the day that they had to be off. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, again, congratulations to Team Font and BRK Esports, our winners for today, to make it into the LAN event. We're going to close out here, but again, if you're here for some more Rainbow Six Pro League action, be sure to tune in 2 days from now on Thursday evening at 7 p.m. Central European time, so we can determine 2 out of the 3 seeds going for, or the 3 teams going into the LAN event from the European region. That's also 1 p.m. Central, or 1 p.m. Eastern U.S. time, 7 p.m. Central European time. Monday, we're going to kick it off with some more North American 2nd round playoffs to determine, again, that 3rd seed. That's going to be an intense game where we watch, I believe, it's going to be Flipside and Elevate GG go head-to-head.
Oh, that's going to be a match.
It's definitely going to be one that you don't want to miss. Now, then, again, if you're here just for the Brazilian scene, again, next Tuesday, we'll get to finish off the playoff brackets and, again, determine just the seeding for the LAN event. Again, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Sean Bloodbath Rosenbaum. Here is Kickstar. We want to wish you a farewell, a happy evening, and we'll see you Thursday evening.
Adios.